City Hall Chamber for the first time in many, many, many months. Hope everybody is doing well. We all are. We're missing Nancy Weedman today. She's at home, and we wish her well. And we have a hybrid format today, and there's going to be some delays between the Zoom people and us and the Zoom people. So please bear with us. It's on. I have it on. Okay, sorry. Do I have to say that over again? Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We're all here in the chamber today for the first time in a very, very long time, and there are going to be some technical delays, so please bear with us. There'll be some delays between us and the speakers and us. So we're going to get started. Debbie is remote today, and so is our attorney. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Debbie, and she can start the meeting. Debbie?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's great to have you all back here at City Hall. I'm going to turn it over to Jason Jacobson from the City Attorney's Office, who will read some notices for today's meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with the members of the board physically present in a socially distanced manner in the City Commission chambers. Applicants and members of the public have the option of appearing in person at the City Commission chambers, 1700 Convention Center Boulevard, 3rd floor, or appearing virtually via Zoom. Members of the public and applicants are encouraged to attend the meetings virtually. If appearing in person, members of the public are required to wear facial coverings and observe social distancing consistent with the CDC guidelines to limit the spread of COVID-19. If you wish to appear virtually for today's board meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#. Or you can log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID again, which is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. On quasi-judicial applications on behalf of the chair and the board, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll also ask each board member to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had ex parte communications. I'll be keeping time in today's meeting. Today, applicants will have 10 minutes each to present, and members of the public will have 2 minutes each. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their names, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you appear in favor or against an item, encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, before I turn the meeting back over to the chair, I'd like to swear in staff. Staff, are you ready? Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, and additionally, I will be swearing in each individual applicant and member of the public as the item comes up. Thank you.
Really quick, and in terms of announcements, board members, we're going to conduct our meeting in chambers the same way like we normally do. So that mute button, you have to actually switch to unmute yourself. So we're actually back in physically like we normally do. All right?
All right. Okay. Okay, so first we're going to have the project backgrounds, and to do that, we're going to ask Debbie to introduce the first project, which is 3425 Collins Avenue.
My name is
To
Kent
move the meeting
Robbins.
or the minutes.
I'd request a
excuse
motion
me,
for
Kent.
continuance before any matter is heard. I represent
For which project?
Mr. Albert LePage on 1501 Collins Avenue. I submitted that. I have a duplicate copies of the motions for continuance that I can submit to everybody again. It's detailed. May I approach the bench and hand the motion for continuance
Sure.
to each of you?
No, you know what? Where's our legal counsel?
Is Steve Jacobson available?
Yes, I'm here.
Could you talk to Mr. Robbins' point, please?
I didn't hear. Can Mr. Robbins please repeat?
Excuse me?
He didn't hear you. Well, there's a delay between him and you and him. So, okay.
I'm just wondering if we're taking this out of order. Aren't we supposed to?
Yeah, well, hold on and let us approve the minutes from the last meeting first.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I just
sorry.
wanted to make-
Haven't really opened the meeting yet?
Okay, because you announced it before that you were calling a matter, and
Yeah,
I
I'm sorry.
understand that. So I just
I'm
want to
sorry.
make certain that I don't lose my right to file
No,
my
you have
motion and
every right.
argue it.
We
Thank
love you. Thank you.
So can I
Was your
move to
motion-
approve the minutes
Yeah,
from the
last
April meeting?
Yes. You made the motion?
Move it, yes.
Is there a second?
Please.
Max, okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
And Mr. Chair, just for the record, Ms. Liebman was also an aye.
Okay. So we should do this every time something comes up to deal with Nancy last?
Mr. Chair, I will call the roll, and I will call, it's up to you if you would like to call her first or last. Either way, I can do that, or we can.
We'll,
I'll be happy either way.
okay, we'll do Nancy first since she's our most important member.
And Mr. Chair, just a couple more announcements before we get started with the agenda this morning. I will, for the public comment of each of these applications, I will be calling on any member of the public who is participating via Zoom first. Once we have exhausted the members of the public who wish to speak on Zoom, we will then turn it over to public comment for in-person at the chambers. So I will be going Zoom first for the public comment, and then to the in-person attendance in the chambers.
Okay.
I really do ask for everyone's patience this morning. This is the first meeting in this current format, and we need to be just very careful to speak one at a time and to allow time in between Zoom and in-person comments so that we're not speaking over each other. And with that, we can call the first item, which is actually you already called the approval of
Debbie,
minutes.
we have a request for continuance.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I have one more quick announcement with regard to the Palm View discussion item. I did receive a request from the Palm View Neighborhood Association to defer this discussion until the June 15th meeting. They are currently also pending further discussion at the Planning Board. So I have no objection to that, but I wanted to announce that at the beginning of the meeting in case there's anyone on the call or in chambers that is in attendance for that particular item. Does the board have any objection to the deferral?
We should take a quick vote, I guess. All those in favor of deferring that item to next time? Everybody? And Nancy?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's so ordered. Thank you, Debbie.
Okay, very good. You're welcome. We do have Mr. Robbins, who I believe is requesting a continuance for an application that is further down on the agenda. That's 1501 Collins Avenue. You're more than welcome to hear that request when we open up that particular application for board review. I don't believe there's any reason why you need to hear that first, but that would be up to you.
In the past, we've heard such motions for continuances during the public comment of the specific items.
The agenda specifies, and the rules say that continuances are supposed to be considered before the applications begin. That's the quasi-judicial process that's approved by the city. Because of Zoom, I've been locked out in previous hearings from making these motions, but we're here in person. We have a due process right to argue our motion for continuance now before the hearing is started. Once the hearing is started, it makes the motion nugatory or potentially nugatory, because then it's deferral after hearing the argument. So I'd request to be able to make my presentation now, Mr. Chairman, as to the motion for continuance.
Mr. Jacobs, how about that?
Our interpretation stands. It's up to the board whether they'd like to hear the item now or wait for public comment.
Is it my understanding you're asking for I can't talk anymore, to defer the item?
I'm asking for it to be continued or deferred
continued, okay.
until the next meeting. And the grounds for that is because the matter is also before the planning board on a conditional use permit. Would you please hand out this motion, which I did submit last week, and hopefully it was submitted to everybody. Our grounds for it is because there's a pending conditional use permit, and the very matters that are going to be heard by the planning board are also being presented to you. Number one, the board should not exercise jurisdiction over the issues before the planning board. Those issues include the conditional use permit application is for a neighborhood impact establishment, which involves over 900 seats, including 400 plus seats outside, immediately adjacent to my client's property, 1500 Ocean Drive. I represent Albert LePage. He owns units 801, 802, and 909. In my full presentation, I will show, and can show if I can bring the presentation up, that is immediately adjacent to this property and would be directly and adversely impacted. I've also been contacted, and our team has been contacted by 22 unit owners that are very concerned about what's going on as far as the activities. Generally, we like this project. The reason we're asking for continuance is on your plans, there are detailed showings of seats and tables totaling amount of 1,000 plus seats on the site. In addition, it shows speakers and speaker systems and references speakers. And finally, it shows valet stands or valet space, as well as suggestion of valet parking. All those matters are to be considered by the conditional use in the conditional use permit before the planning board. What I'm concerned about is this board's approval of this project, which incorporates purported loading spaces, which we contend do not function effectively. There has been no loading analysis done, no audit term analysis done. In addition, as to traffic, there has been no traffic studies that have been vetted by peer review. There has been never a peer review, even of the traffic analysis. This is a problem that we have. We need to bring that before the planning board. The planning board can determine what's appropriate there, and then once they approve the number of seats, the number of loading spaces, the traffic plan, the parking plan, then this can revert back to here, and the design issues can be addressed here. What I'm concerned about is there'll be a conflict with the board and what the board will do, because inherent in these plans are loading spaces, which we contend are insufficient, but it's not something that this board is prepared to evaluate because it doesn't handle auto traffic analysis, it doesn't handle turning analysis, it doesn't handle momentums, it doesn't handle valet queuing problems. But inherently, you're approving this project with all these seats, with the speaker systems, and with the valet systems. And therefore, we'd ask this matter to be deferred only 1 month to address these issues before the planning board and resolve them before the planning board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jason,
Mr. Chair?
Jason Jacobson, is he on?
Yes, I'm here, but let's turn this over to Debbie.
Okay, Debbie?
Thank you, Jason. So I wasn't very clear if the board had actually opened the item to hear from members of the public. If that's your desire to do, we just heard from Mr. Robbins. Staff, can respond. This does have a application pending review at the planning board for a conditional use permit. This was already heard by the planning board and was continued. There are no requirements for the planning board to review the project prior to the review by the Historic Preservation Board. In fact, most often, the Historic Preservation Board reviews these projects before the planning board, but either way, there are no requirements in terms of which review needs to occur first. For the building permit review, the planning board approval will be required. So it's a moot point with regard to who approves it first or reviews it first, because at time of building permit, we will require that both reviews and approvals have been done. So staff is not recommending that this item be continued. If you would like to hear from members of the public, if you're opening this up for a request for continuances currently, we would need to then open the public hearing.
Okay, so that's what you suggest.
It's up to you. I think if you would like to hear from anyone else from the public and then discuss amongst yourselves, if you would like to continue this item or if you would like to hear it later on in the afternoon.
I just have a process
Question,
question,
yeah.
procedure. If we're here and we're reviewing, making decisions on design, layout, colors, massing, I'm sorry, the little green light is on. So if we're making these design decisions, and then it goes to the planning board may modify some of our decisions based on what's allowable, chairs, speakers, and those things, right? Is that the case?
Yes.
And if that's the case, I don't see.
Mr. Chair, I imagine we would have a chance to answer that if we're going to start the conversation, if that's possible.
Are you?
I wasn't asking about.
Yeah, no, totally understand.
your
As the applicant,
wanting, I wasn't asking
would
about
do
your
the
wanting
Yes.
to fight the decision.
course.
I'm just asking about process.
We're willing to take that risk. If we have to come back to you guys, we'll come back to you guys. But if we could speak on our behalf, I think that'd be appreciated if that's okay. I know this is not normal procedure, but either was that. So we would just like to address the board if possible.
Okay. Any other questions we have?
My only question is who's at the podium
He's the owner.
speaking?
Rory Greenberg, 5 Island Avenue. I'm an employee of the applicant and part of the project. So, the reason we had delayed ourselves and we got delayed at the planning board was because 1500 Ocean Drive's Condo Association was a new board and they weren't procedurally in time to vote on our project. Since then, we've received their support. At the end of the day, this is a project we spent 7 years purchasing out commercial condos that are in disrepair. We went through a public referendum, a citywide vote in order to infill the voided space and bring back a beautiful historic building. We're standing in the chambers at a Historic Preservation Board meeting, and the intention of this is to review the design. Mr. Robbins even said it in his own speech. All of his items are planning board operational procedures. This is a design review meeting. We are bringing back a beautiful historic building and have done 7 years of work and spent a lot of money in order to stand in front of you and bring back the glory of the Bancroft building. At the end of the day, we are here to review the design. We would love to discuss the design with you and see and be celebrated, honestly, for what we're doing in the city. And at the end of the day, if we end up at planning board and something changes, we will come right back to you and have that approved. We're willing to take that risk, and it's time to move this project forward. If you guys have seen what's going on in Ocean Drive currently, we're bringing a world-class asset back to life. We're going to change the narrative of Ocean Drive. It's beneficial to the entire city. One individual not being happy with certain procedures that staff has requested of us. We've tightened the operations much more than staff recommended. We have MDPL support. We have all of our neighbors' support. We have the Washington Avenue bid support, Ocean Drive Association support. The city can't be held up by one person, and we're willing to take the risk to come back to a second hearing if we have to. I think it's obvious this thing needs to proceed. I'll let Graham talk through procedural and whatnot, but this is a project that is meant to be in front of the Historic Preservation Board and meant to move forward and bring back to life the Bancroft Building. Thank you very much.
I'm going to be brief. Graham Penn, Burkow, Riddell Fernandez, Larkin Tapinas. I haven't said that into this microphone in a year. 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. As Debbie explained, we had, and as Kent basically explained himself, two separate applications. This board approves the design. The planning board approves the operation. The planning board is going to hear this at the end of the month. If Mr. Robbins' client still has issues with the operation, we're hoping to continue to work with him and his client. That can be resolved by the planning board. It's completely out of this board's jurisdiction as to whether we are operating hours, loading, and ambient music systems. All of that is within the jurisdiction of the planning board and should be decided by the planning board. Moreover, Debbie is correct. In this kind of application, there's no prerequisite that the planning board act first. Either one gets to the hearing, goes first, and so that's just come to this point that the HPB is first. There's no justification to delay this application. Mr. Robbins can raise his exact same concerns at the time this item is heard today, and then you can look at it and see if there's any value to them then. So we would ask you to deny this motion and hear this item in its normal course of events. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we appear to be in public comment, Daniel.
Yeah, I think if it is a motion for a continuance, there is public comment. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League, only because we were just mentioned. I did want to mention that it was stated that we're in support of the project. However, we did send you all our full position, and there were some concerns about operating conditions. So just want to make sure that was clear on the record for you all. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other public comment on the motion on the issue to defer? Okay, hearing none, that's
Mr.
closed.
Chair?
And sorry?
I'm just looking at the Zoom
sorry.
list for members of the public. I do see Ackerman LLP with their hand raised. I don't believe they're here to speak on this particular application, but yeah, that hand went down. So I see no members of the public on Zoom wishing to comment at this time.
Okay, public comment closed. So opening board discussion on the difference of this issue, of this project. Anybody want to start?
I don't see a reason. I agree with staff. We're going to be here on design issues. They're going to be there. Planning board's going to be there on operation. That's what I was trying to say at the beginning. If there's no objections, I'd make a motion to deny the request for continuance, just for the sake of efficiency and for us to review the design.
Are you making the motion?
Yes, I'd make that motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I would like to second it. I would like to speak about it. Are you going around?
Well, there's a motion on the... Yeah, if there's a motion, if he'd like to withdraw his motion for the time being, we can talk about it. Okay,
No
Nancy?
problem. Sorry.
No, I would like to support I would like to support whoever made the motion to defer this until it comes up as a regular issue. I don't think this board should be encumbered with things as Mr. Kent is suggesting. We've never had that experience before. I don't know why he thinks that we should take this up until his term comes.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Anybody else want to comment? Seeing, sure, no one? Okay. Seeing no one else, would you like to make your motion, please?
To make a motion to deny the continuance to allow this board, HPB, to review the project based on design, and then have it go to the planning board, let them do review operation, and hopefully there are no conflicts, and project either goes forward or doesn't. But we, for the sake of efficiency, we do our job here.
Okay.
I second that. I have seconded that
Okay.
motion.
Okay, so we're going to have a vote. Debbie, do you want to?
Yeah.
How do you want to do this?
I will call the roll. Ms. Weinstein Berman,
Yes.
Mr. Pascal,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Litt,
Yes.
Ms. Liebman,
Yes,
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
and Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
A motion passes. The request for continuance has been denied. We can go back to the regular order of the agenda. So we have two applications for the property located at 3425 Collins Avenue. I believe there's a request from the applicant to take them out of order. But I will read both of them into the record. The first application is HPB 20-0441, 3425 Collins Avenue. This is an application requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. Specifically, the applicant is requesting approval for a redesigned site plan and landscape plans, including the introduction of several structures within the front and rear of the site. And they are requesting variances from the requirements of the oceanfront and dune overlay districts, and a variance to reduce the front yard setback. I do see, I believe it's Mr. Kasdan from Ackerman LLP with their hand up. And I believe that they're going to request that these be taken out of order. So that's the first application on your agenda is 20-0441.
May I speak?
Yes.
Good morning, Debbie and Mr. Chair, members of the board, Neeson Kasdan of Ackerman. We have the first two applications. I would request that we hear the first or the second item, which is regard to the basement construction and shoring of the historic building first, because we have assembled a large team of engineers who are here to provide their testimony with regard to that item, and it is a discrete item. And I'd like to, if we can, Mr. Chair, get that one taken care of so that they're not sitting here through the remaining presentation.
Okay, and is there any objection from anybody on the board to that? No? Okay, certainly. Nathan, continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we will defer 2441 until after the current application, which we will hear. It is HPB 21-0451. This is 3425 Collins Avenue. It is an application requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. Specifically, the applicant is requesting approval of for the excavation and construction of a 3-level basement, which is to be located underneath portions of the existing contributing Versailles Hotel building. In your staff analysis, there's a detailed explanation of the history of this project. This project is a modification of a previously approved project dating back to 2011. The project has received a full building permit. The full building permit was issued in 2016, which is why the current applicant is able to request modifications, because there is an active building permit for the previously approved project. This most recent project received its first approval in June of 2020, so approximately a year ago. And between then and now, the board has bifurcated certain portions of the project. And we have seen several applications for modifications. Most recently, the board approved design modifications for the new tower design. This current request is not relative to the new tower. This current request is relative to the contributing portion of the site, which is the historic Versailles Hotel. And in June of 2020, the board did approve the general concept for the basement. However, included a condition that additional detailed information be submitted by the applicant and be brought back to the board at a future meeting for the board to better understand the repercussions of this type of very serious construction work that will be happening below the existing contributing building. So since that time, the applicant has submitted some detailed sequencing diagrams, which are part of your package today. They have also submitted a letter from Keller North America regarding the soil and piling systems they will be using. They have also submitted a letter from DeSimone Consulting Engineering outlining the methodology for the basement and slab reconstruction. Staff has met with the engineering team on several occasions. This is something that staff, also takes very seriously due to kind of the extreme nature of this type of project. We are generally at this point, with the additional information we've received, supportive of the applicant's proposal and are reasonably confident that this may be able to be accomplished in a very successful manner. However, we are recommending that the board introduce some additional conditions in order to ensure or to make it less likely that there could be a potential problem during the construction phase. The first recommendation is we are asking that the applicant, prior to the issuance of the building permit of this portion of the project, submit a letter from the project engineer, and that letter should include a detailed construction schedule identifying events that would render the historic building most vulnerable during this excavation and demolition phase. We are recommending that the board include a condition so that the applicant will be required to provide on-site supervision by the structural and or shoring engineer of record as may be applicable during these critical times. We are also recommending that the applicant be required to notify the planning department no later than the next business day if there's any indication of structural compromise or failure during the construction process. So that is all we have in terms of our recommendation. I believe the applicant does have a presentation, and I can turn it over, unless you have any questions for staff, Mr. Chair, I will turn it over to the applicant.
And before we turn it over to the applicant, I would like to swear the applicant and the applicant team in if possible. Is your team ready to go?
Yes, they are. My whole team is there.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We do.
And before I turn it over to the chair, are there any ex parte disclosures on this item?
Not an ex parte communication, but just in the interest of full transparency, I had an agenda review meeting and discussed multiple applications with staff. So.
Okay. And I had met. I had met several times with the owner, and but not since 2 meetings ago. Anybody else? No? Okay. Moving right along. Let's move on with the project presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would put our presentation up, we will get started. Thank you. So Debbie has laid out the reason why we are back before the board, which is a detailed presentation on the construction of the basement as well as the shoring plan. We have assembled an all-star team of engineers who will present to you what I believe might be the most detailed and thoughtful plan for restoration and preservation of the building during construction. And the team has worked on numerous basement plans along the beachfront, including with significant historic buildings, including the surf club in Surfside, where the entire basement underneath the building was excavated and the structure was maintained. With that, I'd like to move to the next slide, please. The team is, as you can see there, we have the structural engineers, the Simone Structural Engineering, NV5 as the soils engineer, Yosef Hacham, the shoring engineer, who you'll be hearing from shortly, Keller, the soil and pile contractor, and the civil engineer, general contractor as well. If we go next slide. As Debbie already told you, the scope of the basement application is to provide you this information as to how we're going to do the excavation and shoring the building. Next slide. And the team is as follows. Keller North America, Andres Bacarizzo is the foundation and basement contractor. And you see on the middle of the page the similar projects that they have handled, a number on Miami Beach and throughout this region. So they're very experienced in this kind of basement construction and foundation. Next page. These are showing you some more. This is Keller North America and their role and similar experience as well. Shows you some of the projects they have done. We can go to the next page. One of the most prominent engineers in the country, the Simone Engineering, Luis Ramirez is here, the structural engineer. Among the projects that they have done, as I mentioned before, the Surf Club, as well as the Saxony Faena Hotel with significant construction underneath that existing historic structure. The Faena Art Center, Faena House, the Ritz-Carlton South Beach, One Hotel, the Raleigh expansion, and Wyndham Gardens, and many others, as you can see, including ones such as 830 Brickell and Una, which have very deep underground construction, and other oceanfront ones such as Oceana Bal Harbor, Oceana Key Biscayne, etc. Next slide, please. And we are going to hear from Yusuf as he is the shoring engineer and will explain to you the elaborate and detailed shoring plan for this project. And you see just there the many Miami Beach properties which Yusuf has been the shoring engineer on. Next page. Next page, please. And then finally, the soils and geotechnical engineer, Garfield Ray of NV5 Inc. And again, as you can see, projects of a similar nature, including the historic Surf Club structure, Brickell City Center, which has 2 layers of basement underground, Oceana, et cetera, et cetera. We can go to the next page, please. And as well, Antiapi, the contractor with experience, again, in working on projects specifically of this kind, which involve deep excavation for foundations and basements. Next page, please. So I'd like to turn it now over to Yusuf, who will take you through in detail the plan, and our team will be available for any questions that you might have.
Good morning. Next slide, please. We had gone through with all the engineering team several steps of what is it that we need to do to preserve the historic Versailles building during this operation. First step is that we are going to go in the building again and make sure that the concrete restoration that started in 2016 is complete, but also at the same time, since the building has been open for a while, we're going to go back in again and inspect the whole building all over to make sure that there's no fault concrete columns, beams, or slabs that will jeopardize the integrity of the building. So we're going to restore the building back before we do anything. Then the next step, was step 2, is we're going to install vibration monitors around the building and around the surrounding areas to monitor the vibration during construction. But please note that all the construction we're doing is very low impact construction. We're not driving sheet piles. We're not we're not pounding, or we're not vibrating anything. It's going to be augering. It's going to be very low impact construction. Next slide, please. First step is that we are going to, third step, I'm sorry. We are going to improve the soils around the building on the north, south, east, and west. We are going to be using 2 types of soil improvements. Deep soil mixing is for the large open areas, and jet crowding is for the small tight areas, that's almost like surgical work. Both of them are in the same manner. They do inject cement, and they do mix the soil and kind of create a concrete block under the building. And step 3 is around the building. Then we're going to do that on the inside later on. So we do the mixing all around. Then next slide, please. After we create a concrete block around the building, we come and we drive auger cast piles. And that is in 12 locations, and those 12 locations are locations for the shoring towers that are going to build. So we drive the piles, and the next slide. We come and we install and we construct the pile caps, basically tying the piles together on top at the ground level. Next slide, please. Now that the piles are in the ground and the pile caps are in the ground, we come and we build our shoring towers, and these are what's shown in the slide in blue color. Those are the 12 towers that go around the building. Then we are going to install steel framing platforms under the floors indicated on the image on 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th floors, and then the cupola up on the rooftop. We're going to brace it from all sides. Next slide, please. The framing is shown here is we slide the framing under the 6th, 8th, and 10th. The 4th level, we didn't mention it here because it's a little bit more elaborate. Next slide. We are going to preserve the walls of the building, we are going to run the shoring beams for the platforms through the windows of the existing structure. So we're not going to be knocking extra holes in the existing walls of the building. Next slide, please. On the 4th level, we are going to actually go down and drop steel columns to pick up the concrete existing columns of the building that go from the 4th level down to the basement. Next slide. Okay, this is kind of a little bit busy, but the dark blue are the shoring towers. The cyan are the shoring platforms that we're going to put under the floors. And so now that we have all that set up, we start the construction process. Next slide, please. So now we have, again, the most bottom platform is the one on the 4th level. We're going to go and we're going to remove the 3rd level down to the basement, the floor plates and the interior columns of the building. Of course, the exterior columns remain where they are. Next slide. Now that we have that headroom that is needed, we bring in back the soil mixing and the jug droughting equipment that we mentioned earlier, and we improve the soil inside the building. Remember, the third step was doing the improvements around. Now we do inside. We had to do this because the equipment has high headroom and we need that to do the work. Next slide, please. So, well, we install, now that the soil is improved inside the building, we come in with the auger cast piles and we install them inside the building where we need them for the future construction. Next slide. So we are going to go column by column. This is not all at the same time. We're gonna, start with remember that the north, south, and west columns of the building remain. So we start going column by column where we go excavate under. Remember, the column is being held up by the platform on the fourth floor. We excavate under. We reach the piles that are installed. We install the pile caps, and we build the column up to tie it to the existing columns. And then we go around column by column around the whole perimeter of the building. This is a process that's gonna take a while because we're doing it one by one just to make sure that, we're preserving the integrity of the building. Next slide, please. Okay, now that we installed all the columns around and the existing columns are supported with the new pile caps and the new piles, we start construction. From the basement, we go up to the second floor because, again, we have a headroom issue. So next slide. Okay, now this is a process that's going to repeat itself. Step 16 is that we remove the fourth and the fifth floors. Then we come in and we build the third and fourth floors. So we always have headroom. We have a headroom of 2 floors, so we can, we're going step by step up the building while we're at the bottom, we're rebuilding the new building. At the top is the existing building, we're removing the floors. So step 18 will be remove the 6th and 7th floors. Step 19 will be install the 5th and 6th floors. Next.
Mr. Chair, 10 minutes have elapsed.
And we keep going.
Grant them the time that they need. This is most important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We remove the 8 and the 9, then we build the 6 and the 8. Step 22 is remove the 10 and 11. Step 23 is construct all the way up to the roof, 9, 10, 11, 12, and the roof. Next slide, please. Now the whole building is built. All the floors are built, all the columns are in. We come back and we break down the shoring around the building, and we end up with the final product that we need. This is for the next slide. Okay, that will be for the construction of the whole the historic building that we needed to do, and this is kind of showing like an overall site plan of the building with the shoring towers around it. Next slide, please. This is showing the outline of this is basically overall general footprint look on the building, showing the existing towers, showing the excavation supports, and then all the access of the excavation is from the east side of the building. And of course, the red squares are the shoring towers. Next slide. That's a repeat, please. Next slide. Okay, this is just going through the basement levels, 1, 2, 3, and you see that everything repeats is the same way. Next slide. And this is an overall finished product section showing the existing historic building with that 3-level basement under.
Okay. Is that your report, Yusuf?
Yes, this is it.
I think that, Mr. Chair, that concludes our report. You have the other reports from the other experts in your file, and we are available for questions of our team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the project presentation. I guess we move on to public. Any questions on the board, from the board? Oh.
I have questions for them. Thank you for that presentation. This looks like a really complex undertaking, and I appreciate the commitment and of the applicant and the rigor of the team in putting together this strategy. I do have two questions that perhaps you could help us understand. When it comes to soil improvement, I think you mentioned that the soil gets mixed with concrete, yielding a sort of large concrete block. Is that right, or does the soil remain soft? I mean, I imagine that's very sandy there. What is the result, the end result of the soil improvement?
You are correct. So
identify yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Andres Paquerizo. I'm the Vice President of Keller. I'm a professional engineer, and I have worked in about 140 basements around the world. The product that is going to be done to avoid having a lushy soft soil is injected through cement and soil and mixed together, and then you end up having a soil-free condition that reflects a limestone strength. So all the upper sands that are in Miami Beach will be transformed into a more kind of a rock formation or a light to support the soil, the building in place, and later on it will be able to be carved through it in that behalf. So you are correct. The soils end up being mixed with cement and end up creating a dense, hard material that is not soft.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. My other question has to do with the construction of the new structure within the existing structure and the point of contact between the two. Could you tell us a little bit about how the new structure, particularly the new slabs, will interact with the existing walls?
Youssef,
Do you want to answer that, or I think?
or DeSimone, perhaps?
Simone would be on Zoom.
They're not here.
It would be on Zoom if we can
On Zoom.
recognize.
Perhaps, Youssef, you can address it, and DeSimone could raise her hand as well to address it.
Yeah, I will try to do them justice as much as I can. The new structure is a new structure. We are, because I've been in conversations with DeSimone. They are going to build a new structure within the existing structure that is going to hold and support the existing historic building. All the columns are going to be improved. It's new shear walls and that are used for the new staircases, and the new elevators are going to be the lateral system of the building. New post-tension slabs, and then also the columns are going to be enlarged and reinforced. So basically, DeSimone is building a brand new building within the skin of the historic building.
And I take it that the vibration censoring system that you've implemented will alert you to any potential damage to the existing exterior walls, and that it will give you an opportunity to stop if it appears that the walls are compromised. Is that a system that has been employed before in some of the other projects that were listed in the design team's previous projects, or is this something new?
A lot of, actually, most of construction within existing buildings, being historic or not, and when you build a new building within an area that is fully developed, contractors usually employ vibration monitoring, and the vibration monitoring is actually very sensitive, and it's online, and it's always it's always monitored. And it sends alerts as soon as the vibration, the threshold is set. Now, two things that I'd like to add to that. These vibration monitors are much more sensitive than human, and then they pick up any issues that you have. And also at the same time, we're not just depending on the vibration monitors. Like Debbie mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, is that we're going to have supervisors or inspectors on site. So it's vibration, and it's also visual in nature too. If we see anything that is not as right, we'll stop the construction.
This is Andres Vaquerizo again. In addition to that, the soils proposal improvement and foundation proposal improvement is without sheet buying or vibrations per se, and that being drilled and jetted conditions that avoids vibration to exactly minimize any damage through the foundation and support of the building. In Miami Beach, we already have done a couple of projects where we have pin under support the historic buildings with a similar technique in this behalf, really within the same parameters with neighbors with no effect whatsoever.
We also have, he's not with us in this room, but Luis Ramirez, the engineer from De Simone, has raised his hand if you want to hear from him as well.
Okay.
Hi, this is Luis Ramirez. To answer your question regarding the interface between the new structure and the existing structure / facade, the procedure that Yusuf described in the presentation involves us enlarging the existing columns to be able to make a physical connection between the existing structure and the new slabs. So that's how the existing facade will be connected to the new structure.
I appreciate you answering that question, but I'm not sure I understood, or if the other board members understood. Like, is there a mechanical connection? Are they poured into one another? I mean, how do they interact?
Yes. So the columns, the existing columns will be grown. We're going to create a concrete jacket towards the inside of the building because we can't touch the exterior of the building. So we will be drilling and epoxying anchors into the existing concrete columns and then pouring, enlarging those existing columns with a concrete jacket, which will then be connected to the new concrete slabs.
Right. And then could you describe how the slabs, and I think this is relevant since we're talking about structure, but how the new slab interacts with the back of the existing walls, of the perimeter walls?
So the slabs will also be connected. So the existing structure, it consists of masonry walls, CMU walls, masonry walls that are supported at each level by a concrete beam. That's the existing condition. So we will be connecting the new concrete slabs to the existing concrete beams via a mechanical connection. We're going to be drilling and epoxying using a chemical anchor, attaching the new reinforcement to the existing beam, as well as the existing columns. And they'll all happen they're all aligned with the existing slab elevations, so there is no modification to the appearance of the existing facade. Everything is in line with the existing elevations.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rick. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Nancy?
Yes. It's amazing what you're trying to do, and I hope it all goes well. I'm concerned about the finish, that we're going to see the structure look the same, but I know that's too early to really discuss. More importantly, what kind of insurance does the city get that all of this is going to work? and none of the historic building is going to have any problems. Is there insurance, or it just goes because you say it's going to happen?
Very good question, Nancy. I have similar questions about this I was going to bring up later, but I might as well bring it up now. Could you address Nancy's questions, please?
Yes, well, of course, we are, first of all,
Nancy, mute yourself, please. Nancy, mute yourself so he can speak.
Oh, so he can speak. I just wanted to hear from someone beside Neeson, whose responsibility is to take care of this building.
Okay, that's a good point, Nancy. Neeson, could you let the technical people answer that question, please?
Absolutely. Well, you mean I think the technical people have gone through each and every step. I think that Debbie, who has spent a good bit of time working with our team, can address that. But I just want to repeat that the certificate of appropriateness that was approved is for the restoration of the existing building. That's our legally required mandate. And so what we are bringing you here is the detailed plan. If anything were to happen, we'd have to go back to the board and for anything. So there is no alternative. This is the only thing we can do, is restore it, and that's why we've assembled this all-star team to design the plan and supervise the plan for the excavation of the basement and the retention of the existing building. And Debbie has added a few additional conditions with regard to monitoring and reporting, which we have agreed to.
Okay.
How about insuring? That's my question. You haven't answered.
Nancy, I can comment, and then I think we should open up the public hearing. To answer your question, there is no guarantee. I don't think there's any engineer that would tell you that they can 100% guarantee there will not be any unforeseen circumstances during construction that wouldn't, lead the existing structure to be compromised. However, upon meeting several times with the engineering team, at this point, staff is reasonably confident that with the additional conditions that we're recommending, that the construction would result in a successful restoration of the historic Versailles Hotel. We feel very strongly that a good amount of on-site supervision from an engineer is going to be significant in terms of ensuring that there are no catastrophic failures. In the past, and you're very familiar with certain structures that have had similar ambitious demolition schemes, we've lost buildings. From my experience, most of that has been a contractor, and I'm not trying to say anything disparaging about contractors, but most of that has been contractor error. And what we feel very strongly about is there is an engineer on site that is part of the project team, that if there is any unforeseen circumstance, that it would be caught very quickly and that it would not result in catastrophe for the structure. There's always going to be a risk, especially with something that it's this ambitious. So I think, the board can weigh the risks and the benefits during our board discussion. And in the meantime, I think it would be a good opportunity for us to open up the public comment to see if members of the public would wish to speak on this. And
Debbie,
then it'll be time for the board to weigh the risk versus the benefit.
Debbie, before we do that, though, I want to add concerns to what Nancy has said. I don't think her question was answered specifically. And this really bothered me from the very beginning. And I would ask the public and the board to pardon my naivete. I am not a structural engineer. And I need this question answered directly, I guess, from the city, Mr. Jacobson or you. I know you say there are no guarantees. However, in this particular case, we've been dealing with this for years and years and years. And it's one of the most important structures, I think it's safe to say, in Miami Beach. And I guess that my question, the $64,000 question is, God forbid something should happen. What are the ramifications and solutions to a tragedy? I mean, can the city force the owner to reconstruct part of the building or all the building? I think it's very important that this project be done and be done properly. I've read the material very carefully, and all the engineers and architects involved are very well qualified. But I'm reminded of the demolition of the condominium on Collins Avenue at 50-something Street in the last 2 years. That I'm sure they had taken all the precautions in the world too, and it collapsed and killed someone. I need to, in my own mind, be satisfied that if something bad did happen, with all due good intentions, what would happen to the site? I mean, will the building be reconstructed? Is there anything that the city, responsibility that the city has to do that, or force the owner to do that? Or is it just too bad and they get to redesign it for a new condominium? That's, I think, the bottom line question. And I'd like somebody to try to address that. I know you say there are no guarantees, but this is a major, major, major building. And I would like to sleep at night comfortably to know that it will be there for future generations. I'm not an engineer. I can't judge. I can't, quite like Rick, I can't judge or question the engineering involved. That's not my area of expertise at all. But the bottom line is we need to make sure that with all this effort and money and expense, that we will have a successful product at the end. Or what are the alternatives? If someone can answer that for me, maybe from the lawyer from the city, that would be helpful for me.
Mr. Chair, I can answer that.
Okay.
If there's a circumstance where the demolition exceeds what the board has approved, for instance, if there is a structural compromise and for an emergency situation arises and the building would need to be demolished during their construction, the Historic Preservation Ordinance does require the applicant to submit a modification for an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for the demolition. It is at that point entirely in the board's jurisdiction to require the building to be reconstructed, to make any other modifications. The board should see fit at that time. So it is 100% within the board's authority, if that were to occur, to determine what could be built on that site if the building were to be demolished. So again, we're recommending that if there is any concern with regard to the structure during demolition or excavation, that the engineer or their team immediately notify the planning department. We would then immediately notify the chair. And if the demolition exceeds what has been approved by this board, they would be back in front of you with an after-the-fact application. And at that time, it is entirely within the board's right to require reconstruction.
Okay, or else what?
Well, there is no or else. If the applicant does not return to the board once they've exceeded the scope of work approved by this board, there would be nothing permissible to be built on the site.
Oh, okay.
You know, potentially, you know, if the property owner wanted to abandon the site, they would be subject to code violations. They would likely be subject to building violations. And, you know, that would be the worst case scenario.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to digress that far, but I thought it was important that everybody hear that, because I think this is probably, if not the most important building on the beach, it's certainly one of the top 2 or 3. Thank you. Shall we see, close? Anybody else have any comment?
I only had one clarification that kind of follows up on what Rick was asking about the exterior walls and the connection of the floor to the perimeter. And the slabs are post-tension. So generally these cables are stressed. And I'm used to seeing them stressed from the outside of the building. So are we going to see a bunch of cables extending through the exterior wall of the building for each floor around the perimeter to then be cut and capped and so forth?
So this is Luis Ramirez again with DeSimone. So the intent for these slabs is to be stressed towards the east for the post-tension cables that run in the east-west direction. They would be stressed to the east, so you would not see any what you see are grout pockets. You would not see any grout pockets on the north side, south side, or west side.
Only on the east.
Only on the east, yeah. And ultimately they're going to be covered up with the finish. So you know, at the end of the day, you won't see any grout pockets. That's the temporary condition. But nothing. But no PT. No post-tensioning cables are going through the existing facade. And the tendons that are going to run in the north-south direction will actually be stressed towards the inside of the building. So again, the intent is that there is no post-tensioning going through the existing facade.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions before we move on? Max?
I guess I have one question maybe for Debbie about, you know, just thinking about this kind of worst case scenario where, you know, a portion of the building might have to be rebuilt. Are you comfortable with the amount of existing documentation that if there were a part of the building that had to be rebuilt, that there would be adequate drawings to refer to for the reconstruction, particularly of exterior architectural components that might be, you know, special to the character of the building?
That's a great question. I'm relatively confident that we could be very accurate in a reconstruction if we had to reconstruct the exterior walls. I think, you know, ideally it would be better to have some additional documentation. The issue at this point is because they had already begun working under a previous building permit for the previously approved project, a lot of the exterior materials and elements have already been removed. But for future projects, I think that's a really good point. In this case, we do have good documentation. We do have measured drawings at a reasonable scale that I firmly believe that we could come to a very accurate reconstruction if we needed to.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Max?
Just while we're talking risk management, I had a question about step 9 with the soil improvement inside the building footprint. You know, the process, I guess, of soil mixing, we're saying it's low impact, but I'm just wondering about, you know, is this something that requires the auger and machinery to go inside the building footprint? Does that introduce any risks, or what that process is like?
Well, that's why we did the shoring framing, and then we did the platform up to the 4th level, because we do need to bring in the equipment inside the footprint of the building, and the whole building is being held up by the shoring system from the 4th level up. So the equipment will get in, will have enough headroom to come in and do the soil mixing and the jet grouting.
So if you imagine the whole building is going to be semi-hanging from all the frames around of it, with all the perimeter walls and facades supported underpinned into the rock level. That way all the facades are supported and connected laterally by the hanging system, and then the equipment is getting under the building, is not really touching the building, the existing structure whatsoever. We're going to have monitoring systems to verify that there's it's not going to create vibration issues. As you mentioned, it's like an augering machine that is a blending machine that gets into the ground by rotating a tool, but it's not impacting by vibrations or by force the ground at any point.
For the record, that was Yusuf who spoke first, and then Andres who followed up.
Thank you.
Okay, Max?
Yeah, thank you. Just one other question too. With it was in the other packet that we had, pages A100 through A103. I was just wondering if the temporary shoring towers extend inside the basement footprint, and if there's anything we should understand about what that looks like, if they become incorporated into the permanent structural, or if that's those temporary shoring towers are removed.
No, this is Andres Vaquerizo again. So the process is we're going to install the foundations for the temporary towers, be able to excavate for them and of course install them. By the time the whole system is completed and the new structure is supporting the old structure and everything is connected, then those old towers are going to be disassembled and removed. Similar to what you use the temporary towers when you're building bridges, that they end up building a tower around the bridge to build a bridge, and then the tower goes away and disappears.
Thanks for that clarification.
Andres, again, it is a similar concept that is being used in the building of bridges around the globe. Just this time we're bringing it to the support of the building.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, last questions? Okay. Debbie, shall we open it to public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are going to begin with anyone from the public who is joining us via Zoom. Please raise your hand. I do see, Mr. Chair, our first speaker is Mitch Novick.
Mr. Novick, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, absolutely. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay,
Yes.
Good morning. Mitch Novick, former chair of the HPB in both the City of Miami Beach and Miami-Dade County. I have to say, I am fascinated by this shoring and stabilization plan. I won't ask anything about cost. And I appreciate the discussion with all parties. I've learned a lot, and many of my questions and concerns, perhaps all of them, have been answered. But again, this is fascinating, and this is our Art Deco skyscraper on Miami Beach, and I look forward to watching this process play out. Just one question. What's the duration from when the shovel goes in the ground to the completion of the structural restoration? Are we talking years? Thank you. And again, I want to commend the applicant. I'm fascinated by this project. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Mr. Novick, it's 18 months is the estimated time to complete the whole process.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment for Zoom?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other member of the public via Zoom wishing to speak, so we will turn it over to you, and you can call on members of the public that are present in Commission chambers. Excuse me, I see one hand that just popped up on Zoom. Mr. Is it Muyad Abbas?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the presentation. It's really quite impressive, and I do applaud the owner and developer for putting such a world-class team. I do have a question, though, regarding preparation for hurricane season, and how has that been taken into consideration, please? Thank you.
Our design, I'm sorry, this is Yusuf Hashim again. Our design from day one until the project is complete is compliant with the Florida Building Code at, applying wind loads on the structure, on the shoring structure, during construction for 175 miles per hour. So we are code compliant all the way through from day one till the end.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo, I see.
Thank you very much. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. Our advocacy committee reviewed this.
You in?
Sorry, what?
May I swear you in?
Who's that? Oh, yes.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. So yes, we're all very happy for this building, hopefully to be on its way back to life. As Mitch said, it's definitely fascinating, this proposal. I do think there are some valid concerns from the public. And the prior speaker just mentioned one of the ones I wanted to ask first, which is about hurricane season. I don't know if there's a way to, for them to phase it maybe so that they start some of it when it's not hurricane season, but it is a little scary to think about, a Category 5 hurricane coming, to Miami Beach. It's scary enough, but as far as this mega structure, and I'm not sure what the scaffold is built out of, but from those diagrams, it looked like an entire building around the Versailles. And those of you who have been on the board a while will remember that they did this several years back, and they put a scaffolding, and then they came to you guys to get advertising and art, it's called artwork. And, so I'm also wondering, is there a condition here to prevent this mega scaffold to become the latest, artwork for many more years? So I would hope this board would have some condition in there, because we really all want the Versailles to come back to life. We don't really care as much about all these, big other structures. I think we want those there and then gone as soon as possible. And then, I would like to ask the applicant about that as far as that scaffolding structure, what it's made of, and if they agree not to put any advertisements or cover it. And then finally, I just want to mention, it seems like a lot of this is driven by this desire to have a 4-level basement underground. And it's kind of funny because, I was just at the DRB where they're knocking down buildings left and right that are 6 inches below the new FEMA requirement, for 2050. And yet here we're planning to approve, almost like reverse high-rises underground. So I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing by this building, which we all value so much. And I want to thank the applicant and all of you for your deliberation. Thank you.
Very, very good points, well taken, Daniel. Do we have an answer to that from the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So a few items. First of all, obviously the scaffolding will be taken down. That's the last one of the last ladder steps in the process.
In 18 months?
That's the estimated time frame. As soon as it's completed, hopefully sooner if possible. In addition, and that also, there won't be any advertising or anything whatsoever done on the building, on the scaffolding while it's up. And that which would, under any circumstance, even if we wanted to, would require approval by the city and by this board.
Correct, yeah.
And so that's totally within your control. In terms of the structural work that's being done, I know a particular focus today is being placed on the basement, but as you remember, the approved plan includes the replacement of the floor slabs and the extension at each level. And that actually is an equally important element of this design and construction. The net result of it all is the building after this is completed will be much stronger and much more capable of surviving storm events and a much longer life than it currently has today. So in terms of the timetable of it, I think that in terms of any internal, I don't know exactly when, and maybe Luis can address it, whether the idea is as soon as this is approved, that we would get permitted and started with this as soon as possible. And the sooner that we can get the support structure up, the safer the Versailles structure is. 100%. So that is what the intention is, and that would be for the benefit of the existing structure as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment that's here?
Mr. Chair, I do see that Mitch Novick does have his hand up again via Zoom. Mitch, is that a carryover, or do you have another comment?
Thank you, Deborah. Regarding Daniel's comment, the city likely will require the team to place a protective cover around the scaffolding to contain dust and perhaps debris that might otherwise threaten the public right-of-way. Thank you again.
Okay, seeing no more hands on computer, or no one here has any further comment, I guess we can close public comment. Back to the board. Who would like to go first?
Make a motion.
I'm sorry?
We'll make a motion to approve.
Oh, we haven't discussed it yet. Oh, okay, some people may. Any board discussion? Kirk?
You're going to start with a naysayer, I'm sorry to say. We've been nurturing this project for a long time, and we've had different components of this project presented to us at different times, and I will say, as a board member, it's a little challenging sometimes to put the pieces together. And here we are. I'm sort of going back in my mind, because originally we had the historic preservation architect, Mr. Heisenbottle, who was talking with us about the need for doing this to remove interior columns so that the floors could be laid out in such a way to accommodate a property such as the Imam, which is wonderful. And now, I think there's benefits to getting to hear these pieces separately, because there's a lot of detail. There's a lot of ambition in this project. But I'm trying to, in my head, put the pieces together. And I know the engineer was saying how now we're connecting to the existing, the concrete beams. And I was sort of thinking that the floors were becoming taller because the slabs were going to be less. And I'm still... maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know if the engineer wants to comment on that. I think that was part of my understanding, is that we were having fewer columns on the inside and taller floors, even though we were fitting it into the existing space. But I could be wrong and mistaken on that, because we've heard this in a lot of different pieces. But I want to say that... and I was here as well on this board while we were watching the Versailles just sort of rot, which was horrible, and just be like a sort of a shell of what it had been. And certainly, as much as anyone else, I want to see the Versailles brought back to being solid, to being stable, to being okay. Let alone great is fantastic. I mean, this could be a real shining example of a new life for this building, but I just want to see this building be okay. At the same time, in my mind, I think this is very ambitious, and I appreciate that Mr. Kasdan shared a lot of great accolades for the team that's been put together, but I look at them, and I know most of the structures that were listed on these great professionals' resumes, and I'm still looking at it. I'm thinking none of these, in my mind, are as ambitious as this one, which brings me to my comfort level with the risk here. So we're pursuing this, once again, going back to what Mr. Heisenbottle presented, to open up interior space, to get rid of some beams, and then we're looking at a 3-story basement, and I have to ask myself, is this 3-story basement, is it necessary, and is it worth the risk? And I'm sorry to say, from my perspective, I don't feel comfortable. I feel like the plan is overly ambitious. I feel like it's needlessly ambitious. I'm not convinced of the need for a 3-story basement. And I'm sorry. I mean, there's a great chance that this could succeed. And if it does, I think it'll be a feather in everybody's cap that's a part of this professional team. It's incredibly ambitious. And I hope that it's successful, but at the current time, I'm not convinced that it's worth the risk. And I feel like I would not be doing my duty to just overlook that and take a leap of faith when the risk is too great. I think to lose this building would be a real shame. And unfortunately, I'm not convinced at this point.
Thank you, Kurt. Who would like to go next?
I don't think my feelings are that far off, but the big question I wrote was why this basement, and it seems to me that the project is so intensive and so extreme that it probably and so costly that it probably makes more sense to go deeper than shallower, and that's what drives the 3-4 level basement. So I'm very concerned about that and just the need for it. And I don't think that the floor ceiling heights changed. I don't think they did, but I would like clarification on that. And then as far if this goes forward, personally, I don't have an issue with turning the scaffolding into art. Not necessarily advertisement, but if we're stuck with some weird structure for 18 to 24, 26, 36 months, I'm not opposed to art. And I'm not here to define that. That could be defined at some other time.
Thank you. Anybody down here? Laura hasn't said anything today.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I do tend to agree on the basement. It is a bit concerning. However, I do think it's a best-in-class engineering team. I'm not an engineer. I'm an architect, but I think on a local and national level, I do want to thank the developer for putting together such a thoughtful team. So I tend to trust the experts. And I do agree with staff. I do think that things happen on site, particularly with existing conditions when you're dealing with these historic structures that have not been moved for many, many years. So I do agree to have on-site qualified structural engineering will help mitigate maybe some of that concern that the board is feeling on a daily basis. I really do feel like that is essential. And those vibration monitors as well that were mentioned. So I do agree with that provision. It truly is a fascinating structural process. So I hope that if it goes forward, it is documented and made public in a way, because I do think perhaps it could be a solution for future adaptation on these incredible Art Deco structures where we cannot build due to historic preservation regulations outside, but maybe under. So I do think it's truly fascinating. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Next.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the detailed walkthrough here. I think as generally non-engineers, it's good for us to get as much detail as possible so we can have an informed opinion on the risk management side of it. I thought staff's additional provisions are reasonable, to that end, with just looking for any way to monitor the project and make sure the thing stays under control and responsive if anything does happen. I am surprised to hear all the talk about basements. I thought I was sometimes the lone person that was worried about those. I think that there's a resilience concern overall in addition to these structural questions. I think it's probably not something that we'll solve on this project. I think it's something that we have to come to grips with as a city overall. The pressures of historic preservation and needing to, I think as Laura was alluding to, needing to put essential equipment or other uses somewhere that happens to be underground. I don't think it's a perfect solution, but what we have now is a condition in the draft order that speaks to adaptive reuse of the basement area for stormwater management purposes. If it becomes infeasible, from a maintenance or a need perspective, to keep it functioning in the way that we're thinking about it today. I think there's room to improve beyond that, but that's kind of where we are today. I don't know if, since the code allows basements, I don't know if we're in a position to be able to prevent it, but I do appreciate that this is top of mind for people on the board as well.
Great.
Oh, one other, just maybe more like a nitpicky thing, that I noticed the presentation steps that we saw on the screen, there was a bit of a difference with step 22. And I know it's just maybe just like a paperwork thing, but considering the riskiness of everything, I would want everything to be in order. So I don't know if there's, for the purposes of the record, to make sure there's alignment in the documentation that's submitted and what the actual, what we would be approving as discussed. Thanks.
Rick, anything else?
I guess I would just, in response to some of the points that Kirk made, I think, as I understand it, this new structure will have less columns, which will allow for more flexibility in the floor plan. The floor-to-floor heights are consistent, although the numbering changes, I think maybe because they have a taller lower floor. And when they answered my question about the connection, they said that that there's a beam within the wall, within the existing wall, where the new slab will anchor directly into. The new structure inside, as I understand it, will carry its own weight, and will help through that connection. I think help carry the weight of the wall. So I think that sounds pretty good. I do agree with you that it's tough. It's such a big, complex project to hear it piece by piece. And I remember sometime last year, this was in front of us, and we were about to kind of turn them away because it seems so ambitious. But I think we approved them or gave them a green light to go ahead and develop a kind of design strategy for the structure. And so I am happy to see that here today. It looks like it's been really well thought out. They're essentially building a new temporary building around this thing, which is pretty remarkable and might be a work of art unto itself. I don't know if anybody's into steel frames, but it's going to be pretty remarkable. And I think the idea of sharing that or making it public somehow, is a point of to educate others perhaps. Might be relevant. The other point I think would have been probably tough to swallow if we heard it all at once, where the strategy involved doing away with the eastern wall of the tower. Up front, that would have been kind of tough to swallow. We've already kind of chewed on that and digested that. We've gotten to that point. now that we know that it's going to be accessible from the east, the question of post-tensioning from one side and the access, the point of access on the construction site from the east, it's actually, facilitates things, I think, quite a bit to have that flexibility, as opposed to trying to preserve this thing, with all four sides kind of enclosed. So happy to see today's presentation and really do appreciate it. I think, as Debbie said, there's always some risk involved, but I'm happy to see what has been presented here today.
Thank you, Rick. Nancy, do you have anything else to say?
Nancy, you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
In there? Yes?
Yes.
No, I'm happy to hear everybody is pleased with this. When I spoke earlier, I was kind of nervous about what was supposed to happen, but I think we have it pretty much under control, and we all just have to sit back and cross our fingers and wait for the finale. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, everybody's been heard. So do I hear a motion?
I'll move it.
Oh, Rick has
I'd be happy to move to approve the application.
And Nancy
I'll
seconds?
Sure.
Okay.
Can I,
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair, I need to clarify certain elements in the draft order.
Okay.
Okay. This might take a couple minutes. So, because this application is going first, it was meant to go second, and we have a companion application that is also a modification. Both of these applications are modifying a previous order, and we have drafted two consolidated orders. Because this one is going first, in your draft order, I need to make some corrections to eliminate the conditions that haven't yet been placed in the order, that staff was recommending be placed in the other application. So if we can go to the draft order on page 2 of the draft order is our recommended condition. It is 1C, 1D for the basement. So that would stay. If you go to page 5, it would be condition 1C. Hold on. 1C, 1W. That condition should be stricken from the draft order for HPB file 210451 because that has not been approved yet. So that hasn't occurred yet. So we will strike W, and that's on page 5 of the order. On page 6 of the order, conditions D through J are relative to the front yard and rear yard landscaping. Those should be stricken because the board has not yet acted on that particular application. Continuing on page 6, where the variances are listed, the previous order had variances 1 through 17. Those were stricken as recommended in the draft order for HPV 210441. We could include those back in here because those are part of the previously approved order, and I would recommend striking those. Again, that's variances 1 through 17. Those variances are no longer required because there was a text amendment to the Faena District overlay that no longer requires those variances. So the variances that are contained within the draft order for 210441 would be incorporated and stricken through. Further, the variances on page 7, which of the draft order, which are variances 1 through 6, those have not been acted upon by the board yet. Those will be heard in the next application. So those would need to be stricken. On page 8, under 3A, which are the general conditions, 3A should be the reference to file number HPB 200441 should be stricken, again, because that has not yet been approved. So that should be stricken from this particular draft order. And similarly, on page 10, there is also a reference to the approval of 441, HPB file with 441 ending, and that would be stricken. Other than that, I have no other clarifications. So if the maker of the motion would incorporate those into the motion for approval, I would appreciate that.
Okay, I'd like to then amend my motion to include the edits to the conditions as Debbie just described them. I took notes. I don't know if you want me to go through that again, or can we incorporate them as she just described them?
We can do that.
Okay.
I'll add the second. You need the second.
You're the second.
Okay.
Okay, so I am going to call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Paschal.
No.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. The project is approved. And now we can move on to the next application on the agenda, which would be the first application, HPB file 20-0441. This is 3425 Collins Avenue. An application has been submitted requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. Specifically, in this application, the applicant is requesting approval of a redesigned site and landscape plan, including the introduction of several structures within the rear yard and front yard. They are also requesting variances from the oceanfront overlay, the dune overlay, as well as the front setback. The history again is outlined in the staff analysis. I'm not going to go through that again. I think we're all pretty familiar with it at this point. So with regard to the front yard, the board had previously reviewed the driveway and circulation configuration, but had requested that the landscape plan for the front portion of the property be returned. The applicant has submitted a fully developed landscape plan. Staff does have some recommendations with regard to the landscape plan. Specifically, we have noted that we believe the landscape plan as currently presented is overly dense to the point where we believe it is blocking views to the historic Versailles building that will hopefully be beautifully restored when the property returns to use. So we are recommending that the board require a less dense landscape plan to thin out some of the landscaping in order to preserve views to the historic building. If you remember, that was one of the biggest points that was made with regard to the new tower setback. The new tower that was approved by this board was setback significantly greater than the previously approved tower, and the benefit to the historic district was these enhanced views to the historic building. So we're concerned that the landscape plan is negating some of those positive impacts. And so we are recommending that the board put that as a condition in the order. We are also recommending that the landscape plan be further developed in order to be slightly more formal, in order to be more compatible with the historical development pattern of the historic district, where traditionally you would have a much more formal, at times symmetrical landscape plan along Collins Avenue. And then as you proceed eastward toward the beach, the landscape would become more organic and more natural. And that is typically how these projects have been developed and approved by this board in the past. So staff believes that that would also be beneficial to the historic district. For the front yard, there are also 2 guardhouses that are proposed. They've been designed in a manner which will be integrated into the landscape. Staff is generally happy with the proposed design of these structures because we do not believe it will detract from the historic site. We do have some concerns with regard to the variances, which I will go into later, but no issues with the design of the guardhouses. Regarding the rear yard landscape, staff is pleased with the proposal for the rear yard. We have only concerns with regard to the variances that are requested for the dune and oceanfront overlays. So with that regard, the applicant is requesting a total of 6 variances. The first 2 variances that are listed in your staff analysis are relative to the dune overlay. So the dune overlay on the site plan is the area that is located between the erosion control line and the bulkhead line. In that particular area, within the side yard, the applicant is proposing to introduce 2 ramp systems, and those ramp systems will have guardrails that would be required. Both of those on the north and south sides are encroaching into the required side yard setback. Staff believes that there is ample room on the property to relocate these walkways within the required setbacks. So we are not supportive of those 2 variances. The variances 3 and 4 are regarding the same structures, these same walkways. However, this is a variance from the oceanfront overlay side yard setbacks. So the analysis is the same. We believe that those could be shifted given the size of the lot and easily accommodated into the required setbacks. The variance number 5 is with regard to the number of dune crossings, and I know we spoke about this last month. So the applicant is currently proposing 2 dune crossings. With a site that's less than 300 linear feet, the code allows for 1 dune crossing. Staff did analyze this, and we are recommending approval due to the fact that there are 2 entirely separate uses that are segregated in terms of the plan. There is a residential use that would be on the southern portion of the site and a hotel use on the northern portion of the site. So technically, if these were 2 properties, for example, they could have 1 on each portion of the property. Since it's 1 unified development site, they do require the variance, and staff does see a practical difficulty with regard to the proposed uses to justify that variance request. Finally, the variance number 6 is the front yard setback. The front yard setback is specific to the 1 guardhouse that is closest to Collins Avenue. Staff would note that there's a generous front setback between Collins Avenue and the new tower, and we were unable to find any practical difficulty or hardship with regard to locating the guardhouse as close to Collins Avenue as they are proposing, so we are not supporting that variance. That is all I have, but if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Okay, anyone have any questions? Okay, seeing none.
If not, I believe the applicant is on the line and has prepared a presentation.
Yes, again, Neeson Kasdan for the applicant, and with me as well are Nathan Browning, the landscape architect, and Michael Sheehan, our expert witness as well, and Luis Revuelta, the architect of record for the project. First, I would like to...
May I swear the new presenters?
Sure.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I would like to say that this is really the last step in the approval process for this project, which, given the events in the city of Miami Beach over the last year or so, is a critical step in terms of the repositioning of the city in the direction that we want to take it. And this would not have been able to have been accomplished without this board and the intensive work we have done with this board, which frankly has made this a better project, great for the city, a great project in and of itself, and great for preservation. What I would first like to do is go over first I would like to state for the record that we are withdrawing 4 of the 6 variances, which is variances 1 through 4, which relate to the encroachments in the dune and oceanfront overlay setbacks for the handicap access ramps. We have devised a method of redesigning it so that these variances are not needed, and for the record, we are officially withdrawing those variances. That leaves us with the 2 variances left. One is for the extra access to the beach, which Mr. Sheehan will address, and the other is for the guardhouse in the front yard. I would also like to say, in response to the staff's comments, we are removing the stabilized granite from the rear portion of the property and replacing that with a crushed coquina so that we are acknowledge and agree to staff's condition. And finally, and you'll hear more of this from Mr. Browning, with respect to the front yard design, we have thinned out the landscaping on the west side of the property, and that will be presented to you shortly. What I would like to do first, before dealing with the 2 remaining variances, is introduce Mr. Browning to review the landscape plan. If we could promote the slideshow at this point. Next slide, please. Before introducing Mr. Browning, he will, I think, tell you some of his work. But among his more important recent work in this area, he has done all of the landscaping in the design district, which I think you will acknowledge is one of the most. Is that on the slide?
Yeah.
Oh, keep going then, please. That's showing the site. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. I've just discussed the scope of the landscape application. You see a rendering from the east, the viewing west. Next slide, please. And if we go to the next slide, just want to be able to show you some of the important work that Mr. Browning has done in this area, including perhaps first and foremost the Miami Design District, which has one of the most spectacular urban tropical landscapes probably ever devised in this country. Next slide. It includes the Setai Miami Beach as well. Next slide. And recently as well, the Apple Store that's at Aventura Mall.
Correct.
And flagship Apple Store, as well as the landscaping throughout new portions of the Aventura Mall. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Browning to take you through the landscape presentation. Next slide.
Good morning. Pleased to be here. Nathan Browning. So this is just to give you an overview of the site plan. We predominantly want to use native species that will be able to thrive in the existing environment, which is obviously windy and contains a lot of salt. So this is just to orientate all of ourselves, and also noting that we're looking at moving the North Beach access ramp to be relocated to the south. Next slide. This is our previous streetscape and facade plan that was critiqued and being a bit too full. slide. Or too dense, I should say. So we're looking at thinning that out and bringing some of the canopy trees up higher so that there's a view of the facade, but still accented, and there's view corridors through with these canopy trees. We believe that canopy trees, native canopy trees and palms are an important part of the heritage, tropical architectural heritage. It goes one in one, and it actually can provide an ambiance and an aesthetic that is quite important to the historic architecture. So we think that we've considerably reduced the density and the visibility towards the architecture, yet still complementing it at the same time. Next slide. Just to give a native species list and kind of an idea of the types of palms and canopy trees that we're looking at using. We have extensive experience. I grew up in South Florida in Miami. My firm's based in Miami Beach, and extensive knowledge of Caribbean and South Florida species, of which there's some spectacular varieties that we intend to use and intend to use a biodiverse palette in order to create something interesting and also historical, something that will create a legacy rather than just formal hedges and monoculture. Next slide. Again, just more understory species and continuing on with our species palette. Next slide. Here we're looking at the view from the east, and although it looks quite formal in terms of our circulation and the dune setback, we're proposing that all of this plant material is not just one species. It looks like it's quite fairly formally hedged out, yet that material there will be 6 to 7 different types of plant composing these different areas to provide maybe some lower privacy at the daybed level, but obviously, since it is in our best interest to have views out, there will be views in. So it's very important for us to retain that view corridor out to the beach. Likewise, that will then provide that view corridor in towards the Versailles property. Next slide. This is just a view lower from the actual beach walk. So again, you see that we're retaining that visual open frontage, and there you get a little bit of the idea that it's texturalized and it's not just one species, Clusia rosea or something like that, or Clusia gudifera. We're actually mixing up a lot of different dune species that thrive in this environment. And this species list is composed of a lot of the endemic species that we've worked throughout the Caribbean and South Florida, really giving a proper tropical feel that will thrive and flourish in this environment. Next slide. Going on just to some of the hardscape elements, as soon as we get to the permeable or hardscape and ground treatment, I should say. So evolving from the front areas, deck, using native materials like keystone to the porous elements on the dune, or as we exit out from the pool areas, we're proposing a crushed shellstone that has a very natural feel and obviously completely permeable. Next slide. For our vertical treatments, we worked extensively with reclaimed pilings from old marinas. They were traditionally made out of green heart, and we had extensive experience in milling this wood, so it's something that is sustainable to a degree, or repurposing, and we feel that it has a very authentic feel towards this particular project. Next slide. So this is just more of a detail of for the dune and oceanfront overlays, this crushed coquina or crushed shellstone that will easily transition from the hardscape of the hotel to the beach areas and really kind of give an aesthetic that we are transitioning in that dune area of our property, or the dune setback, and also, again, permeable. Next slide. Yep, and this we transition out of my presentation onto a variant. So thank you very much for your time.
So at this point, I'd like to deal with the first variance, which is adding an additional connection to the beach walk. As you know, the staff is supportive of this variance and finds that with the segregated uses, one hotel and one residential, and the reintroduction of the original hotel use to the Versailles building, that this satisfies the practical difficulty and hardship standards in the city's code. There are other other properties with multiple uses, particularly just next door, the Faena and Faena House, which have separate beach entrances. But there's a specific reason why the two egresses are needed, and for that I'd like to introduce our expert, Michael Sheehan. I have submitted his curriculum vitae, but I would like to ask Michael to first describe a little bit of his background, and I would preface it by saying he's probably the foremost independent expert on fire and life safety in South Florida, and probably most of the important projects that you know of, he has been the consultant on. And with that, I'd like to introduce Michael and ask him to briefly discuss his background, and then I'll have one question for him.
So pleasure to be here, and thank you for the time. My name is Michael Sheehan. I'm the principal of SLS Consulting. I'm a licensed fire protection engineer with an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering and then a master's in fire protection engineering. In Miami Beach, we've had the pleasure of working on a lot of historic buildings and working closely with the fire department. Some of these projects include the Fontainebleau, the Saxony Hotel, the Setai, 120 Ocean, the Convention Center, the One Hotel, and I think the list goes on, probably upward of about 50 or 60 buildings on the beach. What we do on projects is we work primarily in design and construction at early onsets of a project to really help understand the limitations of what the building code and fire code allows us to do. Knowing that buildings aren't square buildings, and each project has a different characteristic and a different challenge. We know Chief Mizoso, George Clavijo, Tom Armstrong really well. We've only had this conversation about means of egress and pool decks probably 100 times with these guys. I think to Neeson's point, we worked on the Saxony Hotel. One of our big points of argument at that time with the fire department was we didn't want to have two accesses to the beach. They end up making us have two for very similar reasons for why we're asking for it here. From a minimum code perspective...
So if I can, Michael, just to interrupt. So I'd like to tender Michael as an expert, and then now I think we're getting into the substance of his opinion, is what is the need to have two separate connections to the beach walk from a fire and life safety perspective?
Correct. So there's really a few different things, and they're really derived by the minimum requirements of both the building and the fire code. The building code actually is more restrictive. It's progressively gotten more restrictive over the last 5 years. Before fire code was more restrictive, building code now is. The rules from fire haven't changed, but in essence, there's really 2 or 3 things that really drive the need to have this second exit. Really not even attributed to the optional design features that we could integrate. One is just based on the occupant load of the pool deck. We just need to have remote exits at various points from the pool deck, both from a travel distance perspective, which we're limited to 250 feet, and then also an occupant load egress capacity perspective. Those are really the 2 main drivers for why we need it to meet the minimum requirements of both applicable codes.
Thank you. And that is our testimony with regard to variance 5 and the reason for the need to have 2 beach walk connections. And finally, I'd like to address the guardhouse and the special circumstances and practical hardship that mandate the need for this is as follows. We have 2 separate uses, one a hotel and the other a residential condominium. And in order to be able to control access separately to each of those and not have backup of traffic that will go out and extend into Collins Avenue as guests are checked as to whether they go to the residential or the hotel, we feel that having 2 separate guardhouses, one for the condominium itself, which is set back within the setback, and the other being for the hotel, which is what is encroaching in the required front yard setback. So this is important in order to be able, for traffic purposes, to have those 2 entrances. I would also say, as I think it is known, that the cost of this project in order to restore the Versailles Hotel and preserve it for many, many generations to come and make it into a high-quality project is extraordinary. And as you have heard testimony before this board, there will be almost $4.8 million spent per room. The room rates for only 56 rooms will be among probably the very highest anywhere in this region. Will attract a certain clientele that has needs and requirements for security and some degree of privacy. Similarly, the condominium, of course, is going to have extraordinarily expensive residents. The condominium is what helps pay for this whole project, and that needs its own separate security entrance. So in order to make this project work, both from a traffic perspective, but also a viability perspective in terms of the product that is being delivered and the cost of delivering that product, we need the 2 guardhouses. The guardhouse that is the subject of the variance is been designed in the least obtrusive way possible. It is to blend into the landscaping. It is not making its own architectural statement so that it is not clashing with the historic Versailles property, but is blending in the overall landscaping. In addition, the location of where it is now also preserves better sight lines and views for those driving and walking to the historic Versailles Hotel. So for those reasons of practical hardship as well as unique hardship because of the preservation of the hotel, its screen cost, and the kind of product that is mandated, we request that you grant this variance 6, on the location of the guardhouse. And again, to repeat, I think that this project is incredibly important in terms of the direction that the city of Miami Beach is going in. And I know that Mr. Deronin, the developer, feels that this is an essential element in order to make this project viable and successful. With that, I thank you for your time. Mr. Browning, Mr. Sheehan are available here for any questions that you may have as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, what should we do next? Okay, Debbie, should we do Zoom comments?
Sure, Mr. Chair, we can open the public hearing portion. If there's anyone from the public who is joining us via Zoom that wishes to comment on this application, please raise your hand. Mr. Chair, I don't see any members of the public wishing to speak at this time via Zoom. So if there's anyone in person in chambers.
Okay, Zoom comments are closed. We'll open it to comments from the chamber. Daniel.
Thank you. Daniel Seraldo. Do I have to be sworn in again?
I hope not.
No, Daniel, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. We support the city staff recommendations and proposed conditions for the project. In particular, things like the landscaping. We want to make sure that the beautiful historic Versailles is visible in the new version, and we're all very excited to see this, come to life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Anyone else? Seeing no one, public comments are closed. Open for board comments. Who would like to go first? Kirk, you want to go first?
I'm supportive of what's been presented. I think it's really nicely done. It sounds to me like the applicant has acquiesced to staff's recommendations, which I thought were great recommendations. One area that I think is a little nuanced, I think it's a good dialogue, is staff's concern with the architectural features of the Versailles being visible, which I agree with. At the same time, I agree with Mr. Browning when he talked about creating or having a mature canopy. So, I mean, I would like to move this with staff's recommendation and incorporating the considerations that Mr. Kasdan already acquiesced to. But I think that's the only point of further clarification I wanted to ask about, because staff, I think, rightly referenced the visibility of not only the porte cochere, but also the architectural entrance features of the building. And so maybe I go back to Debbie on that one and asking if there's a way of quantifying a possibility of having maybe 2 or 3 canopy shade trees that I think it's really important in that Faena district, creating an environment that embraces pedestrians, which has been done so far. I think it's done a great job of taking what was formerly kind of a desert zone and making it very alluring for pedestrians. And I think this proposal continues in that tradition. I'm just wondering, Debbie, is the wording within the current draft order, does it give everyone the leeway to accommodate a couple, 2, 3 canopy trees, while also being specific enough to make sure that the important architectural features are not obscured?
So there's 2 points to your question. One, the street trees, so the trees that are planted in the right-of-way. The Urban Forestry Master Plan does require shade trees in the right-of-way, so that will be done as part of their permit. We can modify the condition just so it's a bit more specific. The current condition would allow some flexibility for staff to review and to incorporate shade trees. Shade trees are not the enemy here. We can, if they're of a certain height in a location, they can still maintain views to the historic Versailles. So I'm open to something that's maybe a more specific condition, and that would be condition 1C for 4F, as in Frank. I would be open to board member suggestions to modify that.
I think, maybe I would ask, since Mr. Browning is here, to maybe make a recommendation that could be pretty specific as to types of trees that could be incorporated and maintained so that they would ensure visibility to the architectural features of the building, but also provide the mature canopy and shade that you referenced. Any recommendations, Mr. Browning? I'm not sure if he has.
Okay, we are? Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I was muted or not. Nathan Browning, to respond to you. Absolutely, there's quite a few different species, and having worked with a lot of boutique hotels and retail, it's always an important aspect to see signage and to see architecture. What I've found is that renderings don't really do landscape justice, in the sense that when you're walking around, and as you talk so specifically, it does create a pedestrian-like feel. Trees do make people, invite people. It's a ambiance that is very successful. I guess what we're steering away from is putting a big, huge hedge right in front and going towards a higher elevation so that it's going, say, 17 to 20 feet up with canopy, so that you're seeing some of that, a lot of that architecture, and again, I believe it complements architecture. My experience in the Miami Design District is that immediately everybody wants to see the entire facade, but if there's not a tree there, nobody even wants to go to Prada or Gucci. So the same thing would be relevant here. We want to see this amazing historic building, but it actually gets framed and actually looks better, that tropical deco architecture. I think they work symbiotically. So there's, as I said, quite a long list of trees that fit in the native environment in this condition that can be trimmed up and will create this ambience and create an aesthetic that is welcoming towards the architecture as well as the streetscape.
Okay, thank you.
If I was to give a number, I would lean towards more than 2, but anywhere between 2 and 5.
Okay. Okay. So I don't know what the board thinks. Should we limit it to the number of canopy trees? I think the important thing for me is to make sure that the view from the pedestrian perspective does not obscure not only just the portico share, but the entrance features, right, which would go up, up to 2-3 stories onto the existing structure, that the canopy not obscure that view corridor. So, I mean, can we just word it that way in the order? Right? Okay. Is it okay if I move this? I mean, is the board supportive of me putting?
Does anybody else have comments first?
I had just a couple.
Okay.
Max,
I'll hold
do you have
it
a
there.
question or
Thank you.
comments?
I would have had a lot to say about the dune overlay variance, but with that withdrawal kind of makes that moot. But just did want to affirm, the importance of the dune as critical infrastructure more than an aesthetic treatment. Kirk kind of took some of the words out of my mouth for the front yard landscape. I don't think I had quite the same level of concern that staff had for it. There's some maybe mid-century landscaping and forestry principles that we wouldn't want to carry forward, but I think the presentation adequately addressed that. But I think we're all clued in to the need for coherence between, we made such a big deal in previous meetings about the visibility from Collins, and then to make it all go away with landscape. Some sort of agreement there. I don't know if we need to get into specifying the number of canopy trees. I think that can be sorted out without that level of specificity. I had a couple questions or thoughts, or maybe something that other board members could chime in on with the remaining variances. The promenade linkages. I'm okay with it. I just was sensitive to, we had a very similar discussion a month ago. I don't think the means of egress argument is really the compelling case here. It's kind of similar that there are street ends here. You could come up with a way of handling that. I understood the practical difficulty to be more as what the staff analysis and what Debbie teed up in the start when the item was called, just that these are effectively separate uses, and but for the fact that it's a unified development site, these would have had 2 entry points anyway. I think that's more compelling. I don't think that changes the outcome, but just wanted to clarify the logic. And for the guardhouse, I guess I'm just wondering, without wading into the security requirement argument on it, I'm just wondering if, going back to that visibility, if I didn't really follow the logic of, I understand it's a minimally, the design isn't calling attention to itself, it's kind of tucked away, but from a view standpoint, wouldn't it be better to move it sort of further away from the street and not need that variance? Or is there something maybe specific to that location that has to do with traffic circulation that is maybe more where the practical difficulty lies there?
I'll address it. I'd be happy to address that, Mr. Litt, if you'd like, Mr. Chair. And also look with me, Luis Revuelta. We did look at alternate locations, and 2 things. Number one, if it was moved further in to, say, the other side of the driveway, the east side of the driveway, it would not work as well because the driver is on the left and the guardhouse would be on the right. And that would also probably increase the time in which it takes to clear through the guardhouse. Secondarily, with respect to your comment about the impact on the hotel itself, and Mr. Revuelta can address this, it actually, by locating it where it is located, we feel it has a less of an impact on the sightlines of the hotel. Would you like to address that further, Luis?
Thank you. Luis Revuelta, architectural record. And Nisa is correct. We looked at a number of possibilities, and placing the guardhouse on the west of the driveway not only takes the guardhouse away from the view of the hotel, but we strongly believe that will increase the speed of the people that have reservations to go in, and the identification to the security point, and move forward. Whenever you have a security point that is on the driver's side of the car, it increases the amount of time that a person checks in and is approved to move forward. And again, we strongly believe that of the options that we explored, that placing the guardhouse on the west side of the driveway takes it away from the view of the hotel and opens up the view corner. So the 2 strongest criteria that we were concerned about and why we're requesting the variance is to, again, place the guardhouse away from the view of the hotel and increase the speed of the check-in security point, which will alleviate or prevent any kind of further stacking or backing into Collins Avenue. So those are the reasons for requesting the variance.
Okay, thank you, Luis. Anybody else have any points?
I have some comments. I guess I'll ask, with regard to the landscape rendering, since we're talking about the visibility from the street, are the trees in the renderings truly representative of the intent of the trees that are to be planted? I guess with particular reference to height. I mean, these look like they're 30 feet or more. Is that accurate?
Yes. Okay, great. Nathan Browning to respond to that. Yes, they are accurate. We work with specimen trees where we're moving trees up to 55 feet. So object is to get the canopy up high, to make it look mature, make sure that the building looks historical. That, you know, if we have a historical tree in front of it, it's going to only augment that. So yes, that is feasible, and yes, the renderings are correct in that they are tall trees. So around the Miami Design District, for example, there's over 200 specimen trees, all 40 feet high and above.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Browning. And then just a question about the pavilions, particularly the one going to the residential building. It does seem to be quite prominent because they're close to the street. If I understand this correctly, the one that's going to the hotel is lined with glass block, and the one that's going to the residences is a kind of storefront, but with a bent glass, curved glass. It's on sheet AS 1.6. We can see clearly the person, I guess, receiving guests or residents sitting in what looks like a glass box with no openings. How would that work? Is a person going to have to come out to greet every car, or residents will have a pass to just get them in, and that person is there for questions sometimes? Could you speak to how this is going to work? Because I see the one going to the hotel set up for the person to step out easily and approach the car, whereas the one going to the residential building is less so.
Can I answer? By the way, this is Luis again. I may have to apologize that maybe the detailing on that area of the residential pavilion may not have been fully developed, but the intent is that, yes, residents will have an electronic pass that they can go and enter, and if a visitor comes in, they will then have to stop. The gentleman will either get the identification from a window, or he would, the security person would get out, come to the whoever is visiting, then confirm with the front desk. The front desk will confirm with the resident that there's a visitor, which is a normal operation for condos. And once the resident tells the front desk or directly the security point, the pavilion, then the guest is allowed to go in. But if we did not fully clearly depict that, I apologize.
Okay, thank you, Luis. Just because it is so close to the street, you might consider, as you develop the design, to limit the visibility to the person, to the desk, and the person's knees, and otherwise, visible to the street. Maybe there's, that full glass can get more opaque at the bottom, or the landscape is more dense down there. I appreciate the conversation about preserving the views to the building, to the architecture of the Versailles, and of course the new building. But these little pieces, like you say, maybe are a little underdeveloped. They seem quite prominent from the street. So maybe there's a way to tone it down, and we can leave that to staff, perhaps, to fine tune.
If you're referring to the pavilion for the residential security point, we can certainly increase the amount of landscape. It ought to allow the security point to look out, request an identification, and we can certainly increase the amount of landscaping around that pavilion. And I think both pavilions are going to be very well screened by landscaping. So with the assistance of Nathan, the idea was to make the two security points practically disappear in the landscaping, and then the thought was how you can open up that view corridor as much as you can without obstructing the view of the hotel. And as Easton pointed out before, there's two uses here, and they're highly susceptible to because of the product and the price point. to people wanting to go in, paparazzi, wanting to infringe on the privacy, and just to make sure that the people are fully aware of this, we have two very large municipal parking lots to the north and the south of us. Whoever wants to visit the hotel can park on either of those parking lots. The 35th one primarily is very large, and we have a north entrance to the hotel on the north side. So it's not that we're trying to prevent people from visiting the premises, but I think in terms of vehicular traffic, a man product is very susceptible at people trying to sneak in and to come into the property. And that's, again, a very real, pragmatic, functional issue that we have to deal with in the design, and hence the request for the variance.
Okay. Thank you again. Anyone else?
Yeah. I don't have any issues with the front of the building. The setbacks, I'm fine with. I do have concerns, and maybe they've been resolved here. I'd just like to make sure. My concern is with these. I'm not sure I buy into that the fire safety, the path of travel is not self-imposed for the two accesses. It seems more an issue of the mixing of the two levels of elite clientele, of the residential super elite and the not as super elite hotel guest, or vice versa. I'm not sure, but if you have guard gates in the front, I'm sure you could have a guard station in the back to resolve that issue and have something more centrally located so that you can meet that 250-foot travel distance. I also have some concerns, and maybe it's just maybe I'm not understanding it right. I see that, and I'd rather have I think, clarified from staff than the applicant. It might be more direct. The dune setbacks and the oceanfront setbacks seem to be pretty excessive. Seem to be very, where we're asking for 10, they're going for 4.5 feet, 4 and a quarter. 15, they're going for just under 10. They knock some rear variances off in the beginning of the project, but can staff elaborate on those? And I'm looking really, I'm sorry because I just have so much paper here, but a March 17th letter from Ackerman, and it's what they're listing is variants 1 and 2.
Mr. Klein, I can respond to that. So there are 4 setback variances requested for the rear yard, 2 for the oceanfront, and 2 for the dune overlay. Those have all been withdrawn by the applicant. So they are going to shift the walkway. I believe it's the north walkway within the required setback, and then the south walkway, their proposal is to just have a sand path, which would, not require the handrails, and it would not require the variance. So the setback variances are requested to be withdrawn. So they are accepting staff's recommendations with regard to not asking for those.
And so the one path will just be sand? Sand, crushed
Correct.
stone?
Correct, and it will be graded in a manner that it's crushed shell. So stone is a bit of a different material, but yeah, it would be a crushed shell, sand, and it would be graded in a manner which would not require handrails. So that would be part of their sand beach, part of their open space for both the dune and the ocean.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Anyone else? Laura.
Thank you so much. I just want to echo some important points. I do love the conversation about renderings versus the actual experience. I think it's extremely important, especially in the context of historic architecture, Art Deco in particular, where every little detail matters from the street and, really the main entrances and the public's introduction to the building. So really want to commend staff and thank you for working with the design team to really integrate those comments. Second, Mr. Browning had a really interesting, beautiful statement where he talked about canopy trees as part of the tropical heritage, and I think that's a really important comment. As Miami Beach continues to adaptively reuse for the future these projects, and I really want to see that sentiment realized and continue not only in this project but future projects that come to this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone else? I think Barry who wanted to make a motion? Kirk, sorry. Did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to
Chair.
move it with staff's recommendations. I know the variances have already been removed. I think we further articulated the landscaping in the front. And looking at it a little further, I'm feeling like it's really the coconut palms. There's 4 coconut palms that are really the component that don't really bring shade and seem to obscure the building. But I'm guessing that staff and I'm guessing we have that adjusted enough where staff can manage that from here. So unless there's any other modifications that anyone else is asking for.
Mr. Pascal, sorry to interrupt, but we need to correct a few things as well in this order to be consistent with the previously approved application. C1D on page 2 of the order, that condition should be modified to reflect the condition that the board just approved in the previous application. That's with regard to the basement requirements. We will update the variances to reflect the 4 variances that have been withdrawn by the applicant. We will also update page 13, which is 3A, to reflect that the HPB 210451 was approved and part of the record. And we will do the same on page 15. We will include the basement plans as part of the record of the application system. That's all I have.
Okay, so moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Rick? Okay, Debbie, you want to take a roll call?
Sure, and I think this is for the certificate of appropriateness, because I think we do need some clarification on the variances, but for the certificate of appropriateness, is the first motion, is that accurate for the certificate of appropriateness?
Yes.
Okay. I will call the roll. Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman. Okay, that's a yes from Ms. Liebman. Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
And Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Finglas.
Yes.
Okay, the certificate of appropriateness has been approved. Thank you. The second motion would be with regard to the variances.
For the
now
two.
Again, to the 2 variances.
2 variances together.
Correct. You can do two variances together. One for the front yard setback and one for the 2 dune crossings.
Right. I'll move those as well.
And Mr. Pascal, you're moving to approve both of those.
I am, yes.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those, you're going to take a roll call vote?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I was on mute. Okay, so let's try this again. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Pascal,
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. The two variances were approved. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you too. I think we should, since our lunches have arrived, I think we should take how long a break, Debbie?
It's up to you. You could do 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, how about 20 minutes?
Okay, so we will let communications know we will be back at approximately 10 minutes after 12 o'clock.
Okay, thank you all very much. See you then. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the Historic Preservation Board. Our next project is 1052 Ocean Drive. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, our next application is HPB 210455. This is 1052 Ocean Drive. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to modify conditions of the previous order relating to the use of the rooftop area. Just a bit of a brief background, which is also outlined in your staff analysis.
Excuse me, Debbie, sorry. Is there a way to turn up the volume a little bit?
I think that's a question for PJ. Which volume are you asking to turn up? Are you having difficulty hearing me?
Yes.
I think it just got better.
Say something.
I will speak up. Maybe
yeah, that's better.
I will
Thank you.
Speak loudly. Okay. So, again, would you like me to read the file back into the record, or did you catch that?
We caught that. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So some brief background on this application that's also contained in your staff analysis. The Historic Preservation Board originally approved the new 4-story building in 2001. So this is a non-contributing building in the Ocean Drive Collins Avenue Historic District that's part of a larger group of buildings. In 2003, the Historic Preservation Board then approved modifications to that original approval that included the introduction of a rooftop swimming pool. At the time, the property was to be used as a hotel. Since that time, the use of the ground floor of the building has changed, and I believe the tenant is the Palace Bar and Grill. That did receive some design approvals from the Historic Preservation Board when the interior build-out and some exterior modifications were proposed. It also, that space at the ground level did receive planning board approval for a conditional use permit in 2018. Since that time, the applicant has expanded the operation, or is proposing to expand the operation to include the roof area of the existing building as well as a portion of the existing building to the north. This resulted in a filing of an application back to the planning board for modifications to their original 2018 conditional use permit. That occurred November of 2020. And that is really the subject matter of why we're here today. So at the November 2020 planning board meeting, the board approved an expanded use of that roof deck. There are currently some conflicting conditions in the Historic Preservation Board order from 2003. Those are 3 conditions, and I'm just going to read those into the record. Condition C1D, there shall be no outdoor entertainment establishment at the rooftop pool area to be located at 1042 Ocean Drive. So 1042 is part of the 1052 address. It is the 4-story new building. In addition, the owner shall not seek any special event permits for outdoor entertainment at the rooftop pool. Condition C1E, any outdoor speakers installed at the rooftop pool or portable speakers used at the rooftop pool shall only be permitted to emit ambient background music that will not interfere with normal conversation. Finally, condition C1F, the outdoor bar at the roof and the rooftop pool shall only be utilized by residents, room paying hotel guests, and invitees of the residents and invitees of the room paying hotel guests. So part of the planning board conditional use approval is to allow for an outdoor entertainment at that roof level. That is within the planning board's jurisdiction to permit that through the conditional use permit process. That is not something that is in the purview of the Historic Preservation Board to approve or deny a request for outdoor entertainment. So in order to not have two conflicting orders by two different boards, the current applicant submitted their request to have these conditions removed from the Historic Preservation Board order because they are now part of a planning board order which has more specific guidance and regulations allowing these types of uses at the roof. So therefore, staff has no objection to the request. We do believe that it is more appropriate to have the planning board include these operational type conditions in their order, and we're recommending that the board approve the removal of these conditions. I believe the applicant is here on the line, and they are going to make a brief presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Is the applicant on the line?
Yes. Mr. Chair, James Rao with the law firm Greenspool Martyr, here on behalf of the applicant.
Mr. Rao, may I swear your team in?
Absolutely.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And is there any ex parte communication to disclose on this application?
Not from us.
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. As I was, Honorable Chair, board members, as I was saying, we're here on behalf of the PALs. Here with me today are my colleague Adrian Noto and also our client Tom Donnell, who is the operator of the Palace at 1052 Ocean Drive. To give you a little background, the Palace has been in operation for decades, and although severely impacted by the pandemic, it has survived, fortunately, and has consistently brought to our city patrons who respect the city regulations and support the much-needed tourism industry. Just to give you some context, I know Debbie did a great job explaining what's going on here. Give you a little context about the area. This is the small roof deck pool of the condo hotel where the Palace provides food and beverage service under an agreement with the condo association, who of course represents the unit owners in the building, so they are effectively in partnership with the unit owners of the building. We are, and I'll just reiterate what Debbie already said, we are only seeking from you a text change to a prior HPB order to make it consistent with the planning board order, which is a conditional use permit, which was recently issued. And in that matter, the planning staff and the planning board conducted a detailed review and analysis, including a review about an operational plan, sound study, the peer review, a sound study by the city's independent sound consultant. So they conducted an exhaustive analysis, reaching the conclusion and approving what they did for Palace at the area that's at issue here today. Your professional staff has, of course, recommended approval, and the staff report indicates the same and also confirms compliance with any applicable criteria. So we would ask that you follow that recommendation. To the extent there's any public comment, I would ask for some time for rebuttal. And before you go to public comment, I would just ask if you would let our client, Tom Donnell, speak for just a few minutes. I just wanted him to introduce himself. And of course, we remain available for any questions the board may have.
Sure, certainly. Thank you. Does your client wish to speak now?
That's what we planned. Let me Make sure that
Can't hear you.
line. Let me make sure he's on the line.
He's here. I see. Tom, can you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And Tom, may I swear you in before you proceed?
Sure, thank you.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Hi, everybody. You guys know the Palace and, you know, my track record and the successful business of the LGBT and all walks of life for the patrons. You know, I give them good memories and, you know, it comes with my hard work and I'm always at the Palace. So, you know, the passion that I have for the LGBT and the Palace, you know, I saved the Palace years ago and I just would appreciate if you support this matter and for me and the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie, any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I do see members of the public via Zoom
Okay.
wish to comment. Are you opening the public hearing? Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
Mitch Novick.
Thank you again, Deborah, and members of the board. I served as chairman for both the 2001 and 2003 items. The board deliberated and concluded in its final order that there would be no outdoor entertainment speakers and the rooftop pool would only be used by guests and residents of the property. We did that with the belief that there should not be what has turned into a public circus on the street. The public has been severely impacted by the Palace, especially with their sexually explicit dance performances, loud music, and we don't want this to go onto the roof where it would have an impact on residents and further deteriorate from quality of life in the area. I've always stated that public safety is compromised by the MXC open-air entertainment zoning, especially on the street. That is what fuels the carnival-like, what is today a crime-ridden circus on our street. And I would ask this board to reject this application, maintain jurisdiction of our final order from years ago, and this applicant should be required to take the party inside and contain his noise. Thank you again, board.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Debbie, anybody else has a raised hand?
I see no one else via Zoom. So if anyone from the public wishes to speak and is on Zoom, please raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Chair, I do not see anyone else.
Okay, in that, as we know, okay, Daniel can speak then.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. Is he not swearing me in?
You've already been sworn in, Daniel.
Okay. All right, so obviously we all love the Palace, and you know, I'm a member of the LGBT community and have total respect for that. However, in this particular case, what they're asking for is a change in the approval of the prior building that was constructed like about 20 years ago. And when that was approved, as Mitch mentioned, there was, with the adjacent neighbors, there was a modification, a restriction on a rooftop bar. So I don't know if anyone is here from the senior building next door, the council towers, or, you know, or the other adjacent buildings, but what I've personally seen on Ocean Drive, unfortunately, has been a proliferation of these bars. Even the Palace has moved into the bar next door, so they've really expanded their footprint on the ground level, taking up a good portion of Ocean Drive. And now with this, it would allow them to have a bar on the roof. And, you know, so we believe that the original approval should remain in place, and that there should be, until there are better protections in place to protect nearby residents, from potential negative impacts of a rooftop bar. Because that's one thing, once this board or another board approves a change, it could be 20 years before that could be fixed. So I'm a little surprised with the staff, because I thought, and the mayor and the commission were sort of going in a different direction, not the proliferation of more bars, but you as the HPB will have the final say on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else like to speak?
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify, responding to Mr. Strollo's comments, the bar is existing. The bar was approved. So there is a rooftop bar that was approved by this board. The issue at hand are the operational conditions in the order, not the bar itself, which was previously approved and properly permitted. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from public? Okay, seeing none, I close public comment, and for board members, discussion.
I just have a question for staff, because the reason we're here seems to coming across to me that it's redundancy. What does the planning board order say that's different than HPB? If we were to lift this, I understood that there's currently the planning board has an order restricting the use on the rooftop, and so does HPB.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. So the planning board order from November is at the back of your staff recommendation. The planning board order does permit entertainment at the roof level. So the planning board has jurisdiction over outdoor entertainment. They have the sole jurisdiction over whether to approve or deny outdoor entertainment. They have approved it. The Historic Preservation Board order conflicts with the recent planning board approval.
Thank you.
Okay,
I have my decision.
now I must say I'm confused. If the planning board says this is okay, what point do we have to make?
Well, that is why staff is recommending that the Historic Preservation Board approve in accordance with staff recommendations, because the planning board order, CUP, the conditional use permit, is again at the back of your staff recommendation, and it outlines restrictions and operational conditions for that particular area. Staff is recommending that this be approved because that is part of the planning board's jurisdiction, not the Historic Preservation Board's jurisdiction. So to have two conflicting orders, it puts the applicant in an impossible situation. Just as we wouldn't want the planning board to require demolition or certain design elements in their orders, because that could potentially conflict with the Historic Preservation Board's
I understand that, but I've been listening to the news for the past many months, since spring break and even before, and it appears that our mayor and the commission wants to tone all this down, not give permission for it to expand. So that's why I'm confused. I don't understand why we're being asked to expand something if on the public media the mayor and the commissioners state that they want to rein this in. I'm not following.
You would not be approving the expansion of their entertainment establishment. You would just be shifting that to the jurisdiction of the planning board, which is the proper jurisdiction.
Oh,
you're not approving an outdoor entertainment venue if you approve the application.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Anybody want to comment?
I have a question. When HPB initially approved this, was it's in its jurisdiction at that time?
I believe it may have been. I wasn't present at the time of this particular approval,
Yeah.
So I would really need to check with the city attorney's office and perhaps the planning director.
I asked because Mr. Novak, who said he was the chair of the board at the time, suggested that we retain jurisdiction over it. So I'm just curious, like, it sounds like you're saying we don't have jurisdiction. It sounds like he's saying we at least, or the board had jurisdiction at one point. Maybe this is a big nothing burger, but just for clarity.
It's my understanding that the conditional use permit process actually started around that time, maybe even afterward. So there may have not been a process for conditional use at the time. But again, I don't have real strong background as to what occurred. You'll often see applicants proffer operational conditions to be included as part of a historic preservation board order. That we're able to do because the applicant themselves are agreeing for the historic preservation board to impose operational conditions that may not be directly related to the board's authority. But if the applicant would agree to that, then we don't have any concerns with imposing those conditions. I don't know if Jason has any additional information about that, but the issue now is, and I think we're all in a bit of a difficult situation, is there's two conflicting orders.
But you're saying ours is improper.
Traditionally, this type of use is within the realm and the jurisdiction of the planning board, and I'm with Debbie that I don't suspect that HPB had jurisdiction to make this kind of arrangement in 2003. My suspicion is it was probably a proffer, but this is something that we can certainly explore more.
Well, I guess the question is, I'm sorry to be so dense, if we had authority in 2003 and that has been taken away from us, I guess you're saying, then why is this in front of us?
Currently, the applicant is not able to attend or to get a business tax receipt because they have a conflicting condition that does not allow the use that they're asking for when the planning board has already approved that use. So in order for them to operate legally, this condition would have to be removed, the three conditions. Mr. Chair, I noticed that Ms. Liebman also wanted to make some comments. I know you can't see her, so I just wanted to point that out.
Let's hear from Nancy.
I think that this is such an inappropriate conversation. The mayor of this city has done a good job trying to bring sensibility back to Ocean Drive. And we're sitting here debating whether we have the option to do anything or just sit back and make believe we don't see it. Somehow there is a conflict. Who knows when I haven't heard one word about who knows when the conflict started. I seem to remember over the years that people were trying to stop this conflict with what goes on Ocean Drive. That conflicting conditions regarding incompatible uses. The complaints are all over the place. I mean, none of you sitting here have not seen any of that. I have seen enough of it. I don't even live down there. I don't understand why all of a sudden the rooftop is free and clear for people to go back up there in the pool. I remember how we struggled with all of this and we put together what we thought were going to be protections. And we're back to square one, where we, the Preservation Board, should just hide our eyes and make believe nothing's happening. I would like this to come back perhaps when we have clear direction on who's correct and who's not, and how all these conditions seem to have all of a sudden gotten conflicted. It just doesn't make sense. It's a pathetic statement from this board to just go ahead and allow all of this nonsense to continue on Ocean Drive. I would like to know how many violations there have been up till now. How many violations have there been on issues that we are interested in? Do we allow outdoor chaos on the roof? I remember when, I believe it was this property that had built a rooftop before they had been approved with anything. That all had to be changed. I'm not sure if it's the same building, but it's kind of feels like it is. I'd like to know what the violations are, and I'd like to hear about the original application for rooftop bars that were mentioned by Mitch. I would just hope that we do not have to sit here and say okay to this.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Anybody else?
Can I just add one thing?
Sure.
I looked back as I was directed by Debbie. On the planning board, I guess this is the planning board's ruling for the rooftop, number 9, the volume of the exterior outdoor terrace system, sound system, both on the ground floor and the rooftop, shall not exceed a level that would interfere with normal conversation, except during times of actual live performance, which shall not include a DJ, without a show at the same time. So we can blast music from the roof next door to these residential uses, as long as you have a live show. You can't have a DJ unless you have a live show. So I think it behooves us to this time stand against staff, let this, deny this, and let the applicant take it up with the commission, and have the commission direct us. Or direct the process, not HPB.
Okay, Nancy, did you have something else to say?
No, I like the suggestion if we have to back up and figure out another way that we don't have to be involved. I like the suggestion that Barry is offering, but for us to sit here and just vote to, like we don't see it, no hear it, no see it, I can't abide by that, and I'm going to vote no, obviously.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else down on this end? Max?
I feel like we've asked different versions of this question, but is there just like a simple answer of who actually does have jurisdiction, like between the boards? Like if we can just answer,
that's a good
is it
question.
planning?
The planning board has jurisdiction over outdoor entertainment, 100%. They can approve it, they can deny it. This board does not have the ability or the authority to approve outdoor entertainment.
So, Debbie, how did we get into this situation? Somebody had to approve something.
The planning board approved in November of 2020. The planning board gave permission to the applicant to have outdoor entertainment. That is within their jurisdiction. So that was a relatively recent application that the planning board approved.
But how did we get involved if the planning board just, why are we here?
The applicant has their hand raised. I wouldn't mind if the applicant maybe explained why this went to maybe planning board first. Again, it's an order from 2003, so it may have been just not aware, the applicant may not have been aware of that there was a condition in a 17-year-old order. Mr. Chair, are you okay if the applicant
Sure.
responds? I know. Okay.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We certainly appreciate all the comments from the board members, and just to maybe try to simplify this and help you help the process along, so the palace is not caught in the middle. In terms of your questions, they're good questions, but I don't think you need to get there, because the planning board order is, as Debbie mentioned, is fairly new. So the planning board now has jurisdiction over it. At the time, it didn't. Whether the Historic Preservation Board, did or did not, I don't think you need to get there today, because we know conclusively that the planning board does have jurisdiction, and they've approved it, as you see in your staff report under the planning board order. So it's not that there's not going to be a city board that has jurisdiction. To the contrary, the planning board will maintain continuous jurisdiction over the venue. If there are any violations or problems, they will address it and can address it, and will take care of whatever issues there are. But at this juncture, the commission has already directed the process when they enacted the planning board and gave them the authority to rule on these matters. So also, just as a side note, just for the record, the order actually says 1042 Ocean Drive. So Debbie's correct. We were not aware of this condition for some time, and that's why this is kind of a cleanup matter, just to make the orders consistent. But I think that the simplest solution is that, since the planning board now has jurisdiction, you don't need to explore necessarily what the jurisdiction was back in 2003, when certainly conditions were different.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Would someone like to proffer a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the application.
I'll second.
I feel that the planning board decision is probably contrary to what the neighbors, the commission, the mayor would like. It was put on in the past for probably those same reasons from this board, to maintain a level of non-disturbance and compatibility. And so for that reason, I would make a motion to deny it and let those at a higher pay grade work it out, process-wise.
Do I hear a second?
I'm seconding, and I would just like to add one more thing. I think that the owner, or whoever just spoke about the 1052, it would be interesting for us to hear how many violations they have had in the past. We need to see why it is that we're happy to give up and let the planning board know. I would like to hear how many violations. We don't do it today. I still say we should get more information and bring it back to the next meeting. If you want to talk about it today, I'll be happy to listen.
Okay, if I could just clarify. So there's a motion and a second for denial of the application. Right. If that motion passes, it cannot come back. Now, if you amend the motion to deny it without prejudice, I think they can do that, right, Jason? Then they could refile and come back to you. But if you just deny it with prejudice, they wouldn't be permitted to file a new application, I believe it's 6 months. So we need to clarify that. If Nancy, if you want it to come back in a month or two to talk about violations, 1 month, then the correct motion would be to continue the application.
I'd be happy to move it till the next meeting so that we can hear about what goes on over there and why the city is just in a mess, because not only this, there are a lot of other ones around that are creating havoc and destroying Ocean Drive. So yes, I will do it as a motion to continue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. I hear you.
Oh, you can hear me.
You
Okay,
hear me?
because I have a little wheel spinning on my computer, so if I might crash out. So we have a motion and a second. So the maker of the motion would need to withdraw or amend the current motion, or we could take the vote on the current motion.
I don't have a problem with the applicant coming back. I just don't want to be in the position of, like a trial of their past digressions and citations. But if the board would choose to have them come back, I would accept that. But my real preference is to leave the HPB ruling the way it is and have the applicant either live with that confusion or take it somewhere else. So if the board is inclined to amend the motion, I'll do so. Okay, it seems so. So I'll amend the motion to be without prejudice.
Okay, is that okay with you, Nancy?
No.
No?
But I'll take it any way I can, except that we just approve it and go away. Somehow it has to come back where we have more information.
The motion is to allow it to come back. The motion is to do exactly what you're saying, I think.
I don't think I heard you right then. Say it again.
She wants you to repeat it.
I didn't understand.
She wants you to repeat it.
Sorry?
She wants you to repeat your motion.
Oh, she wants to rehear it. Yeah. So to make a motion without prejudice, to deny it without prejudice, so that they have the opportunity to come back. They can include whatever type of information they want, their number of violations or not. They can come back.
Yeah, that's fine. I accept that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Roll call vote.
Mr.
Debbie.
Chair,
May we ask a question?
It appears that Debbie had crashed, but it looks like she's back. I don't know what she missed.
I missed it all. So.
Mr. Chair, may we ask a question?
Wait, let's figure out with Debbie first. Debbie, are you back on?
When I froze, we still had the motion on the table for denial.
It's denial without prejudice, so they can come back.
Correct.
Okay.
Moved and seconded by Nancy.
Okay.
Okay, it's been seconded, so we need to vote on that. Debbie?
Oh, okay. I will call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes, and thank you.
And Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, the motion was approved. The application was denied without prejudice. Okay. We can move to if everyone's ready, to move to the next application.
Yes.
Okay, the next application is HPB 190352. This is 1116 Ocean Drive. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the introduction of a glass elevator structure within the courtyard of the building. Most of you know this building. It's a very prominent building on the corner of Ocean Drive and 11th Street. This is the Casa Arena. or probably more commonly known as the Versace Mansion. We've been meeting with the applicant over the past several months. They've expressed a desire to introduce some vertical accessibility within the space. If any of you are familiar with the contributing portion of the property, you walk in, there's a large open courtyard that has some fabric covering, but it's an outdoor space. And currently, there is no vertical accessibility to any of the hotel guest rooms located on the upper floors. The applicant, we worked with them for quite some time to try to come up with a intervention that would allow for enhanced accessibility, but wouldn't harm the integrity of the courtyard structure. When Gianni Versace had purchased the property, he did make some modifications within that area. So, but it's relatively intact. So there are certain modifications that have been made, but in terms of the majority of the architectural features, it's intact. So staff is pleased with the current design, which is a small cylindrical glass structure that will be placed at the east corner of the courtyard. So when you walk into the space, it will not interrupt the view that people are most familiar with. Further, it's really been designed in a manner that it appears to be a contemporary light intervention in terms of it would not be confused with the historic building. It doesn't try to be part of the architecture. It could be very easily removed in the future. As you can see on the plans, it's not requiring any significant demolition of any type, and there's no heavy attachment to the structure itself. So for these reasons, staff is supportive of the application and is recommending approval. I believe the applicant does have a brief presentation.
Hello? Oh, perfect. They just let me in.
May I swear in the applicant team?
Did they transfer Aris Galar in as well?
Yes, Alfredo, Ari is with us.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Chair, do you want us to proceed?
Sure, please.
Well, first of all, good afternoon and welcome back to the chambers. It's been a long time. I'm here today on behalf of WMSB LLC, the current owners of the Casa Casarina, or also known as the Versace Mansion. Here with me today is Aris Galar from Stoller Architects and Salomon Yard from ownership. Today's application is another step in expanding access to the public. Hello? And providing access to the public so they can enjoy the vision first built by Alan Friedman in the 1930s and further enhanced by Gianni Versace in the 90s. Today, the application, as Debbie explained, is simply adding an elevator to the main contributing building from the 30s. And it's a minor elevator, it's taking about 24 square feet, tucked away into a corner. And at this point, I would like to ask Aris Galar to walk you through the design elements and further describe the project.
Thank you, Alfredo. Hello, everybody, and welcome back, as Alfredo says. If we can get the presentation on the screen, great, thank you very much. And my camera's not, you can't see me, so I don't know why, but if you need me at any point, we'll try to figure out how to get my face on the screen. Anyway, as Debbie mentioned, as Alfredo mentioned, we're here to request a vertical accessibility in the form of a glass elevator in a cylindrical round shape. The idea is to make it as minimally invasive to the courtyard as possible. We all know the history of the Casa Casuarina, and affectionately known as the Villa Versace, as constructed in 1930. But a rarely known fact that we discovered in our research was that an elevator was constructed. If you can go to the next slide.
What?
There was, this is the original structure, but next slide, please. Okay, if you can see in these photos, back, we understand it was around 1939 or 1940, that structure in the center was an elevator. And that elevator stood there until approximately 1990.
That's right.
From our research, from what we understand. And Gianni Versace purchased the property and removed the elevator and did all his renovation. So it gives precedent that, you know, an elevator is something that would be needed at this building, and the property owners, as they operate it now as a beautiful boutique hotel, but unfortunately not all the patrons can enjoy all the areas of the building due to the lack of the vertical accessibility.
A point of order, sir. I have to ask this question because I was very confused in reading your documentation. There is no other elevator of any type anywhere else in the building?
Correct. There's no other elevator in existence today.
So there was until 1990 this one that was destroyed by Mr. Versace, but now there's no way. How do you avoid ADA and handicapped accessibility requirements?
Because when it's a historic structure, it's not required.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
No problem. You go over that as well. So anybody visiting the building now, it's a popular place to visit, to stay, to dine, to visit, take pictures of, and enjoy the history. But they cannot, right now there's no vertical accessibility, which limits the access for people staying there, patrons, etc., as well as if, you know, luggage or other things need to be brought up and down. So they were really, we've been working for months now with staff, trying to find the right place and the right way to provide vertical accessibility. And while this original this elevator that was built a long time ago was centered, it took away a lot of the courtyard and blocked visibility and covered up some features and things. So if you can go to the next slide, I believe. Just more history. Next slide, sorry. Okay, so here, on the left you see our existing site, the existing site plan, and on the right you see highlighted in red is where we're proposing to put this glass elevator. We feel this is, you know, an appropriate solution because when you come into the courtyard, you won't initially see it. You will see the splendor of the courtyard of the villa. Next slide, please. We've studied the FAR as well. Briefly, the property is allowed to be constructed to 39,000 square feet of FAR. However, presently it only has 25,322 square feet. And that would include with the additional square footage of the elevator. That's shown in the center on each floor. A plan of each floor with the elevator. If you go to the next slide, please. We've done in-depth drawings on the structure, recreating the building in CAD, and so we've studied each level, each floor. If you look at the left, we have a series of the existing plans: existing ground floor, existing second, existing third, and existing roof plan. In the center would be potentially the minimal demolition needed in the hatched areas to attach this elevator. And then on the right side is the plan showing the elevator in place on each floor. And the roof, it wouldn't go to the roof, you would just see it from above if you looked from above. Next slide, please. So as you can see on the left side, there are the existing courtyard elevations looking towards the east, and on the right side is the proposed elevation, or proposed elevations with the elevator superimposed. You could say above it's drawn in CAD, and below the 3D element of the elevator is popped in there. Next slide, please. Here is a longitudinal section through the courtyard. The one on the top shows the existing. The one on the bottom shows the proposed. Next slide, please. This is a detailed drawing from the elevator manufacturer of the elevator that we're proposing to use. We're working with a very good elevator contracting company called Florida Lifts. They've worked on many projects, and they're one of the experts here in South Florida. For those of you that had visited the MoMA in New York, in the new addition, there's a similar type of elevator there, a glass round elevator that's in the addition. And they've studied it and all the connections and all the details that we would need to provide to make it work. Next slide, please. And here is a detailed set of drawings. On the top left, you can see a photo of where the elevator would be going. You can see in the center our proposed connection details. With the limited amount of connections needed, we'd have some structural attachments in steel, but they would be painted to match any elements of the building there, and hidden as much as possible. On the bottom left, you can see our proposed structural details, which we reviewed with structural engineers to make sure it can function. And this elevator doesn't need a pit, as you can see on the right side of this sheet A4.1. It's just a little bit of, it needs a small depression to connect and be structurally sound. But it would be mostly held on the two sides of the balcony railing as you walk around. Next slide, please. And this is a close-up section looking towards the east with the dimensions that we went and verified on site, and we drew in the elevator, how it can function, how, the heights that it needs, the access. We'd only remove a portion of the railing only where we needed to come out of on each floor. Next slide, please. And this is a photo montage rendering of how it would look from looking to the east, which is the archway down below is where people come in from Ocean Drive. And we've worked for a long time with the owners and with staff, and we look forward to your approval. We think it's minimally invasive, and it's the best solution to provide vertical accessibility so that everybody can enjoy the building. I think that's it. I'm open to questions if there's anything else that you need.
Thank you very much. Most interesting discussion there. Anyone else have a comment? Zoom, I guess we go to Zoom. Sorry?
Mr. Chair, just before you open it up to the public, I just wanted to let you know that the applicant is supportive of all the conditions proposed by staff, and I'll reserve rebuttal if needed.
Okay.
Yes.
Debbie, anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Mitch Novick. Oh, he took his hand down, so I do not see any other members from the public on Zoom who wish to comment at this time.
Okay, members of the public present, Daniel?
Yes, hi, Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. I was previously sworn in. We reviewed at the advocacy committee the city staff recommendations, and we support the proposed conditions for the project. This particular one may seem tricky, I know, to the purists, because it is a contemporary intervention. But if you go to Europe or other places around the world, you'll see this all over. People need access. And it was interesting that they uncovered that Gianni Versace, what he did, which was sort of like the 90s version of like preservation, where you kind of make something that looks sort of Mediterranean and you put plaster, all over it. And unfortunately, I think over time those haven't aged as well. And so one of the big sort of flashpoints between preservationists, because I know at MDPL there's always that discussion, should new things look old or not? I guess you could call me a modernist. I believe it's got to be compatible and distinct. And to the extent that this is an intervention which could be removed at any time, I think that's a positive. And the other thing is it's a relatively small footprint. And like if you've been in the building, when you walk in, you really wouldn't see it until you turn around because they put it off in the side. One thought maybe to make it more compatible, possibly looking at the color of the elevator, whether it maybe could be, rather than just black, I don't know, if something lighter to match the house. But just understanding their accessibility needs, we are in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else here in the public? Okay, seeing none, public discussion is closed. Who would like to discuss first? Laura. Let's get Laura first.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's great that you're providing accessibility to the upper floors, and I totally agree that it meets the Secretary of Interior criteria standards and local preservation standards. Particularly like that there was no elevator pit. I think that's a very important point that I hope other adaptation projects take into consideration when adapting existing historic spaces. So I'm in favor of approving it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to jump in because I have a completely different point of view. I firmly believe in access for the handicapped because when I was handicapped last year, I had trouble getting up on this dais, and as does Nancy. But there are many ways to skin a cat, and I think I found an alternative way that they could have their elevator, and it would not in any way infringe upon this most historic courtyard, because I think it's one of the real iconic features of Miami Beach, and I would hate to see it smudged by a tower in the corner or anywhere else. I think it's perfection the way it is. I propose something on the order of the following. On page A2-1, you have their existing office suite. In the corner there, the western corner, there is a bathroom. It's a huge office suite. You could easily sacrifice that corner between the double door and the stair hall wall and put an elevator there. On the next floor up is the Safari Suite, which is a huge rectangular room, which that corner could be sacrificed as well. And the top floor has a closet in a huge suite across the whole front of the building, which you could put easily the third floor landing of that elevator in that space, not impacting any public space in the building nor visually impacting anything. These things that are so-called temporary and could be removed, in my experience, usually means they're there permanently. And I think this is an important enough space that if there are other alternatives, it may cost a little bit more, but that is not our 100% concern, really. Our concern is to protect the buildings and the space. And I think this is of such importance that it should be preserved. I also note in my 5.5 years here, they have come to us many times with simplistic solutions to some very complex subjects and problems in this building. For instance, the the shading mechanism in the garden that were not well thought out. They had to come back 2 or 3 times to satisfy us. And I think this, again, represents a very simplistic solution to something that is, I think, very complex and would not add in any way to the preservation of the building. I know it's necessary. I'm not saying don't have it, but there are other ways of doing it, and I think they should be looked into. So I would, as it's proposed, I would vote against this. Thank you. Who wants to go next? Rick.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's an interesting proposal. The location here, I understand it. It avoids the access of the courtyard. I can't say I know the place from experience. I've never been in there. Actually, I'd love to check it out. But placing it in the courtyard has to be seen as a detriment. Furthermore, I worry about this structure, in the exterior in a hurricane zone, high wind velocity zone, with what seems to be very limited foundation, seems to rely quite a bit on anchoring to the walls, and yet the anchoring details here suggest that it's going to be anchored to a wood beam on the 3rd floor. I don't know how old that wood beam is. I don't know if you would, if that is sufficient. I would assume not. It looks to me like it's been, it hasn't really been drawn in great detail. For example, the wood floor projects beyond the concrete floor of the 2nd floor, yet the details for the 2nd and 3rd floor are drawn the same. We've got, precast concrete railings on the 2nd floor, wood pickets and railings on the 3rd floor, and yet they don't appear in either of the 2 details. Presumably, this would mean we would have to remove an entire bay of railings from both the 2nd and the 3rd floor. And I do see there's a glass railing detail. That's going to be pretty quirky looking, I think. I think if this were really to be considered, it would have to be, in my opinion, presented more thoroughly with more concrete details and strategies as to what to do with those railings once they're removed. If this is really something that can be installed today and removed 10 years from now, then where would those railings be? Are they going to be preserved somewhere? In the end, I do think that the suggestion to consider keeping it out of the courtyard is probably best. I do believe that the architects could manage tucking it away in a way that is less obstructive to the courtyard. And I wonder if that has been considered already. I don't know what that safari room is like. That would be, I guess, the big question. Are you going to be really hurting the character of that room? I have no idea what that room is like. But it would be a shame to have this thing placed in the courtyard without really thinking it through. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Barry?
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Should we respond at the end after all the board members talk, or do you want us to respond after? Let me know what time you want us to respond. Sure.
Debbie, should they respond now or wait? Do you think?
I think it's more helpful if all the board members express their comments, and then we could hear back from the applicant.
Okay, well, you can respond at the end. Thanks. Barry?
It reminds me, I have one more thing to add. I'm sorry, I just wanted to add, I don't see an interior dimension for the diameter of the elevator. I know a turning radius for a wheelchair is 5 feet. It looks like there's a 5-foot diameter on the outside, so I'm assuming there's going to be maybe a 4-foot diameter on the inside. Is that sufficient? Is that really going to satisfy your needs?
Thank you, Rick. Okay, Barry?
Yeah, I had noticed that about the tube diameter and whether it was accessible or not. I assumed it was. I think that I really looked at this and thought that they took the least obtrusive element of choice of elements, this glass tube elevator to place in there. But I think that Jack hit the nail on the head that you do have this space where it seems you could accommodate, if that small cylindrical tube actually works. I think Jack, designed it for you. I don't think that I could have a problem voting for it when exposed, when there do seem to be opportunities to conceal. It's a beautiful space. I have to say I've been going into that space since I'm a kid. I have memories of delivering flowers and chocolates and those kind of things that I did in high school to people who lived there. When I think it was called Amsterdam. I think it's a replica of Christopher Columbus's house somewhere, I guess in Spain.
Yep.
And so it's a beautiful space. Granted, I think it was a sensitive choice of machinery, but I think when there's an opportunity to fully conceal it, I would take that opportunity.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Nancy.
Nancy, come on down.
Nancy. I have no thought on which elevator. I remember the elevator that was there, and it was very convenient. That's all I know about that. However, there was a mention of the elevator in New York City at the Museum of Modern Art, and they're having a terrible problem with it. They just put it in. So before anybody decided to use that, I think it ought to be checked out it's a fabulous looking elevator there. It goes all the way down to the bottom where they have a big shop. But it has given them headaches, and I'd hate to see that we would have something like that unless you check it out.
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
That's for Ari. I guess that's a message for Ari.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Max.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thanks. This is one of those situations where I'm glad we have multiple board members and multiple perspectives. I was in agreement with the staff recommendation, but I like the idea of exploring other alternatives. That the term minimally invasive came up a lot in the presentation, and there might be perhaps an even more minimally invasive option out there. So I don't know if it would make sense to continue, and come back with just an exploration of some other alternatives that work better and preserve the courtyard. Maybe it ends up being the best choice on it, but to explore some of the ideas with the chair brought up. So.
Okay, thank you. Who has it? Kirk?
I agree with most of what's been said here. Initially, I felt like within the courtyard space, what they proposed was minimally obtrusive. At the same time, if we can preserve the public interior spaces, I think that's the best option. And if the elevator, I think your recommendation was great, Jack. If it were a possibility of getting the elevator out of the public interior space and into a private space, I think it's a much better solution. So I'd be supportive of continuing this and ensuring that we properly had those possibilities explored.
Okay, thank you. So, Debbie, it appears the will is to continue this until another time and ask that they look into some of the other areas of the building, which could be partially adapted for elevator use. Can we suggest that?
Absolutely, and you can make a motion to continue. I know the applicant did want to respond. It's up to you if you want to
sure,
allow
I'm
that.
sorry.
I would just note, in terms of what staff would like to see, our biggest concern with regarding moving it into the room area of the project would be the demolition required of floors. And structurally, if that would end up being a much more of a threat to the building. So I would just, as part of your motion, ask the applicant to also include, some preliminary analysis of how the demolition and structural stabilization would work.
Right. I didn't mean to state that it should be in one of the private rooms. I just used that as an example. There were many other places along the far western end or the middle wall in the dividing wall between the garden and the building, somewhere up and toward the west, near the stairway perhaps, that it could go. I just use that as an example. So all alternatives should be investigated. Okay, can we have a motion to that effect? I'm sorry, the owner wanted to comment.
And I just wanted to make a few comments in response to all the concerns by the board. We understand the desires to continue, and we will go and explore other options. But I also want you to keep in mind that while this project and the ownership has come to this board numerous times on different issues, here they have spent extensive amount of time working with staff before coming and before doing anything. So they're actually following the steps that this board wanted them to follow. Number two, I just want to make, and we will explore other areas, but keep in mind that equally important are what's been preserved, which are all the different Versace rooms that are the limited hotel rooms that are within this building. So while we may be able to explore, we'll probably come back with what areas we cannot, like the one you originally suggested, while there's an office on the ground floor, you're then impeding on some of the bedrooms, including, I believe, part of the Versace suite. So, but we will, I understand the direction of the board, we will go back and explore, but this to us, after many months of review, and Ari could confirm this, was the least intrusive area where it addressed an accessibility, which, as stated earlier, a historic building could forego having the ADA accessibility, but the ownership felt they wanted to add that mobility and accessibility to other parts of the hotel. So everyone could enjoy it, and they've been successful in reintroducing this property that for many years was one failure after another. And you said yourself at one point in the hearing, and it's everywhere, that it's one of the most photographed buildings in the country because so much of the public gets to access it.
Correct, and we thank you for all your efforts to keep it that way. Thank you. Okay.
I wanted to address a couple things, if I could.
Sure.
Chair.
Sure.
Quickly regarding Nancy's comment on the elevator at the MoMA, I actually took that elevator up and down a few times, and it was fine, and it was enjoyable. It was a little bit slow, but it was good. I haven't heard of any issues, but I'll investigate that.
Harry, tell me when you were there. I'm talking about last week.
Okay, last week's I was there just before COVID, so my daughter's up at school in New York, so I'm visiting. So anyway, but I'll investigate that, and thank you for that information, Nancy. I appreciate it. We also had to keep the size limited. This elevator is 50 inches clear inside, which does allow a wheelchair to go inside. The wheelchair would not be able to turn around, but you could come in and come back out. So you're aware of that. We were planning to connect The columns are concrete, and the idea was that the steel would be supporting the elevator from concrete column to concrete column. And we actually did explore a few other areas of the building for an elevator. In fact, we also reconsidered where the elevator was originally to make that a glass enclosed elevator symmetrically centered in the courtyard. We were not tasked with looking within the rooms because they're very opulently decorated. Most of that was done by Versace, and a lot of the reason that people go to visit and want to stay in the rooms was because
I understand that. Again, it was just an example.
No, I appreciate it. It's an interesting example. We're going to look at that. One of the difficult features with this building that I want you to be aware of, that I discovered as we were working on this, is that the stairs the stairs limit you as to where you can access the building, and everything else. The symmetry and everything is very strict. So we wanted to limit how we would affect that, but as well as the addition on the south property where the pool and the courtyard is, you cannot connect from one side to the other. It's very difficult. There's up and down, and we originally considered to try to put an elevator there that you could come across, and nothing lines up. A person would only be able to visit one side and not the other, and this was the more important side to visit. So we will take a look at some of the other options that you mentioned. And the other thing is that as Debbie mentioned, if we have to go within one of the spaces, not only are we affecting the suites that the people stay in and all the decorative elements that Versace put in, but it's much more invasive in terms of breaking every single floor and structurally dealing with the trusses and the old concrete and things like that. And this we thought was a more simpler solution. But I understand your concerns, and we're going to review it.
Okay, thank you so very much. Okay, moving. Oh, sorry, Kurt.
No, I was going to make a motion to continue it. My question was just how long do we think? How long does staff and the applicant think we need to continue it for to properly explore this?
Debbie?
I would request, on behalf of the applicant, I understand that to come back in June, that's just a week. If we could come back to the July meeting.
Yeah, July.
Okay,
July would give an opportunity for us to explore and get you the answers we need.
And thank you, Alfredo. I would agree with that.
So I'll move to continue this to the July hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is that we don't need a motion? Okay. Moving.
You do need a motion. You do need a vote.
Okay. Who would like to make a motion? Okay.
Second.
Second. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, everybody. Okay, thank you.
So that was unanimous. There were no one in opposition, correct? Okay, thank you. The application has been continued to July. Thank you, Alfredo.
Next project, Debbie.
Okay, moving right along. The next application is HPP 20-0444. This is 1501 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing building, including the reconstruction of original interior floor plates and a variance to reduce the required side facing a street setback. Many of you know this as the Bancroft Hotel and Ocean Steps. It's actually one building, but they appear to be separate structures. So this is the entire property from Collins Avenue to the ocean, which also includes the condominium tower. The subject of this particular application is limited to the Bancroft, the contributing building, as well as the Ocean Steps portion. So it's I think important to state that the main component of this is with regard to the interior floor plates of the Bancroft. There was recently, last November, a ballot question for the voters to decide whether or not, regardless of the FAR of the property, one would be permitted to reconstruct interior floor plates that were part of the original contributing building. In the 90s, this property, a portion of this property was turned into a nightclub. At that time, original floor plates within the Bancroft Hotel, which had guest units, were removed in order to create these double height performance spaces. I think it was a Billboard Live venue. So the applicant is currently requesting to reintroduce those floor plates. Staff has gone through the analysis and has determined that they are proposing something that is consistent with the recent amendments, which would allow them to introduce additional floor area, even though they are currently maxed out on allowable floor area. Further, the applicant is proposing some modifications at the roof level, including rooftop shade structures, but very little else is proposed for the Bancroft building itself, the contributing building. This will be the restaurant space, which is in the original lobby, will remain. The exterior of the building will be renovated in terms of new windows will be put in the building, making it more secure. Impact windows will be used. But other than that, the existing contributing building has been well maintained and is intact. So staff does not have any significant recommendations with regard to additional restoration because the building is actually been really well taken care of and is very, it has a lot of integrity of its historic design, including the public interior space. So we were happy to report that we don't have a lot of items for that particular building. We do have some concerns about the new shade structures and are asking them to be slightly set back. With regard to the ocean steps portion, that's when you go a little bit further east. The applicant again this is part of a new office complex, proposing to renovate that entire area, including some significant design changes with regard to paint and cladding. They are proposing to significantly enhance the landscape. Right now, it's a very kind of barren, open, hardscaped area. There will be restaurant use proposed for the ground floor, is as currently allowed to be used there. The variance is a very small area. So currently, they do have an ADA lift along 15th Street. That is approximately a 5-foot setback. So currently, that is a non-conforming setback. The existing ADA lift is highly undesirable in staff's opinion. First of all, it's not screened from anywhere, so that when you're walking on 15th Street from Ocean Drive to Collins Avenue, it's very prominent. It also opens directly toward 15th Street, which means the door, when open, encroaches even further than the structure itself. So as part of this redevelopment of the Ocean Steps portion, they're reconfiguring some of that terrace area, including the access points, and that includes redesigning the lift, introducing a new lift that would not open toward 15th Street. We would rather open toward the side. And because we require a screening element for these types of structures in a historic district, they're proposing to introduce some planter features and a property wall that will hide from view this kind of utilitarian necessary structure. So that portion, the wall and the planter, would be encroaching. Staff is recommending that the variance be approved, but be more limited than what they're asking for, so that the lift itself would comply with the required setback, which would be to match the existing setback of the terrace. But we are recommending that the board approve the variance to allow the screening feature, the wall, the planter, to encroach further into the setback. So with that, we are supportive of the project. We really welcome this new and exciting use. There seems to be a demand for this type of high-end office space within the city. So we are recommending approval. I would point out that this particular project, and we heard about this a little bit earlier in the morning, does require a conditional use permit. Their occupancy exceeds the threshold so that it is considered a neighborhood impact establishment. That threshold is 299 persons. So because this property exceeds that threshold for their food and beverage, they require a conditional use permit. So the planning department would not be able to approve a building permit at this point for the project because they need to satisfy that requirement of the code to obtain the conditional use approval from the planning board. This has been reviewed at the planning board. The planning board did discuss loading and operational conditions, including noise concerns, including concerns from multiple neighbors in the immediate area. The planning board has continued that. I believe it will be heard again in their May meeting. Again, there's no reason why their review needs to occur first. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicant. I believe they do have a presentation to give you this afternoon.
Thank you, Debbie.
Sorry. Jason, in your netherworld, we need to be sworn as well. We might as well swear everybody in at once, I assume.
Yeah, sure.
Including Mr. Harrison Robbins, I'm assuming.
Is the entire applicant team present at the podium?
We're all here.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We do. And again, I'm going to let the Graham Penn, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, I'm going to let Rory introduce the project briefly, but the other thing that we need to do as a housekeeping matter is ex parte disclosures. I believe I just don't want to forget that, given that Mr. Robbins is here, and he's going to ask questions about everything.
Anybody?
I had a very brief conversation with the architect.
Nancy?
I had a meeting regarding this with Graham and Company.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Greenberg.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. Rory Greenberg, 5 Island Avenue, Miami Beach. This project started 7 years ago with a building that had been in disrepair. It was a series of commercial condos. The ownership group that brought me in at the end of last year to help with the project spent a lot of time and effort to be able to even be in front of you guys today. This was a building that was owned by multiple different people, lawsuits, definitely a lot of issues around a historic building that we all would love to see come back, including the process of going through a citywide referendum to help be able to fill in this historic building based on the FAR conditions. So we're very excited to be in front of you today. We think that this building, as we've heard a lot of discussion about the current condition on Ocean Drive and looking to change it, we're happy we're a neighborhood impact establishment because the goal is to impact the neighborhood in a very positive way. So our goal is to bring back the glory of the historic Bancroft building, to soften the additional structures that were built in the 90s and really create a jewel box that proudly presents the Bancroft building. And I'll let my team walk you through our business plan and project, and we're here for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go through the intro and then turn it over to Jennifer as soon as I can. But, I just want briefly, I think there are 4 important elements of this project, or 4 important benefits of this project. It will demonstrate a great example of adaptive reuse, and that includes using hotel space successfully for office space, which is a question mark in a lot of cases. We think that this project with its Class A office will be a great example for that idea throughout the city. Of course, we've heard about it for months, and again today. This will be a benefit to the new changes we're looking for on Ocean Drive, right? This is a project that, as it was built in the 1990s, was an entertainment complex. It was a nightclub plus restaurants, etc. It was designed as entertainment. This is the exact opposite. No more entertainment, office uses on everything but the ground floor, right? So it's a complete change in character for the better. And as related to this board, of course, it will significantly improve the facade and the operation of the historic structure, taking away this kind of dead side of the building that's existed since it was carved out. So let me start. Next slide, please, Aaron. This is just an overview of the property. You can see that this shows you both the commercial building and the 1500 Ocean condominium that's to the east of it. It was all built, as Debbie said, together. There is commercial parking for the commercial element underneath 1500 Ocean. So so it's all one big complex. So we have the historic Bancroft and then the Ocean Steps commercial element, which surrounded it on the north and the east, and you can see it there. And you'll see it clearly when we look at some of the other elements. Next slide. Just some of the status quo. There's that existing lift that Debbie talked about in her presentation that's located right on 15th that we're replacing. Another element of this, there's two important things here. You see the gigantic stairs that are there because they were required for egress purposes, right? When you have a giant nightclub that's in this building, you need it for fire purposes to get people out of that building. We can get rid of that since we're getting rid of any of that kind of nightclub use. Second thing, you can see the windows of the Bancroft, which look nice. We're improving them and making them more historic, but they're dead behind there, right? That's empty space behind those windows. Next slide. This shows you the existing Ocean Steps courtyard. As Debbie said, bleak, right? I don't think she used the word bleak, but it's essentially a dead zone, right? It's concrete. And just very unpleasant. And you'll see what part of what we're doing is introducing a trellis to that center courtyard and a significant amount of landscaping throughout the property. Next slide. Here's a couple shots of our nightclub space, right? So you can see here the windows behind and the giant gulf that was created when they dug out all those floors. So that's what the charter amendment allows us to do. With this board's approval, it allows us to take back that empty space and put floors back there and life beyond those windows. Next slide. The existing lobby, as Debbie said, we're not touching any of the historic elements of the lobby. It's been a restaurant for decades at this point. It will be a restaurant again. Next. This is a view looking to the northwest, of course, at the corner of Ocean and 15th. In the front of you, you see the Ocean Steps portion of the project and the Bancroft behind. You'll see it in every one of our renderings here that Jennifer and her team have taken a lot of care to make sure that the Ocean Steps is differentiated from the historic structure, right? Through color, through the windows, and of course you can see all the significant new landscaping that's getting added to that area. Those trees in the center of the stairs, right now that's a big empty stair because, again, for egress purposes. Next slide. Here's a view looking, of course, the same angle looking down, showing you, again, the activation at both the ground level, second level, and then on the third level of the Ocean Steps, which had been accessible. It was built to have people on it, but now we're proposing that to be amenity for the office use only, so it's not open to the public. And we've as an aside, we've discussed the use of that area over and over with 1500 Ocean. 1500 Ocean Condominium Board is supportive of this project after the additional restrictions we placed in it as part of the conditional use process. So again, showing you how we've differentiated Ocean Steps from the historic structure, and you can see the life back behind those windows in the Bancroft. Next slide. Close-up of the cabanas, the second and third level. Next slide. This is the ground level. Again, you can see the introduction of all the new landscaping here, especially in the Ocean Steps courtyard, and the general softening of that entire appearance. Next. I'm just going to take you through the uses briefly. Ground floor has got a restaurant in the Bancroft building, office space in that tan area. Then we have a coffee shop on one of those rotundas, a sushi bar in the other rotunda, and then a high-end Mexican restaurant in the back in pink. All of the back of house is the same. Nothing's changing regarding the trash location, the loading spaces. We've got 6 loading spaces, 4 up here, 2 down below in the garage. So again, that is relevant to the conditional use permit, but I know that Mr. Robbins is going to talk about it, so I want to make it clear. Nothing is changed from the 1990s design here. All we're doing is basically improving the historic structure, reintroducing those floors, and again, changing the uses, and of course improving the Ocean Steps building as well, but nothing in the back. Next slide. Second level, pure office on everything but where there's a restaurant in the Bancroft and the Green there. Next slide. Here we go again. It's coming in. Pure office again, 3rd floor. Next slide. 4th floor, again, office. You can see the trellises on the 3rd floor below that are showing up there, but there's nothing, the Ocean Steps ends at 2 floors. So their Bancroft goes up to 4, and then it's all office all the way up. Next slide. Here's the Bancroft roof. Again, we're adding amenities for the office use only to that floor. No, not open to the public, so it's office users only. And we've agreed with staff's suggested conditions, all of them, but especially the conditions related to pushing any of those structures, or the cabana structures, off of the south and the western boundaries to avoid them being visible from the street, so they don't take over from the historic structure. Next. Now is when I get to turn it over to Jennifer. She's going to take you through the changes from her side. I'll come back, we'll wrap it up, and we'll be done.
Hi, good afternoon. Jennifer McConney with Studio MCG Architecture. What we tried to do when we first started this is we looked at the building, the Bancroft, most importantly, and said, how are we going to make this building distinct from the other additions that have been added? And to kind of quote Daniel Seraldo on his last presentation, he said, make it distinct but compatible, and I think that makes a lot of sense. So what we did is, if you look at the front of this building, they have an octagonal tower on the north side. You could see it there, which is not original. That was added in 1997 or so. And it really, when you look at that, you really can't tell what's historic and what's not. I mean, we can, but most people can't. So what we decided to do is make the historic building one color, a white, to replicate what the historic photos were, and then anything new that was built in 1997, make it another color, maybe another material. So that would be like a darker charcoal color, so that the Bancroft building really sticks out. Also, what we did is we added landscape to the 1997 building, where the historic building, we left that alone because that's obviously not a historic thing to do. So you can see here on the top right what the building looked like originally, right after it was built. And when they renovated this building in 1997, they did a great job. The windows did match the historical configuration except at the ground floor. But they were not impact windows. So what we're doing is we're replacing all the windows, making sure it matches what was there historically, and obviously making the building a lot safer because we're using impact. Next slide. This is the rear. There's 2 slides of the rear. This is the rear alley of Ocean Steps. Right now, this is a blank wall. You are looking into a service corridor, but we are looking at adding windows to this area because we have new offices there. So each office can get a window. We've added windows on the north side. Next slide. This is also the north side of the building. We also added windows on the 4th level on the north side. Next slide. And again, those 2 slides were 1997. They were not historic building. This is the south facade of the Bancroft, and we're leaving this facade alone. We're just redoing all the windows, and then along 15th Street, as Graham talked about, we have the giant staircases that were used for fire egress, and there's that dilapidated lift, and ramps, and there's stuff all over the place that just wasn't thought out well. Maybe it's been changed over the years. We've kind of organized all of that. Luckily, we had that staircase, so we had room, and we don't need it anymore. So we're able to hide all that behind walls, and we were able to keep the historic Bancroft Terrace alone. There's some terrazzo, some historic terrazzo there. It's all going to be preserved. Next slide. This is the Ocean Steps building. You can see the renderings here as well. We did make it a little bit darker in contrast, but I think that's highlighted with the landscape that's flowing off the rooftops and around at the ground level. We also completely reskinned this building. We have new windows, and what we did here is in '97, they made the windows on this building look similar to the Bancroft, which I think is a mistake. And the way the mullion configuration is really too dense, so we blew that up a little bit. So instead of having 5 vertical mullion bays, we have 4, just to give it a little more light and make it a little different than Bancroft. We also added awnings along the ground floor, so it gives it depth. If you look at what's happening there now, it really is just a barren wasteland, and it does need added elements to make it more human-like. So we added those overhangs so you can have outdoor seating there. Next slide. These are some of the materials that we're using on the Ocean Steps building, the newer building. You can see on the top right the vertical rail. So it's a lot more, it's a kind of a modern take on that vertical picket. It's going to be a much more modern, up-to-date building. And you can see here the colors mixed with the landscape coming off the side of the building, as well as the paving pattern and materials. Next slide. And here you can see, this is a description of the floors that we filled in. So in the green, those are the slabs that are currently not there now, one slab, and we're replacing that slab back. Next slide. And I'll let Graham talk about the variances.
As Debbie explained, the sole variance we're requesting is to accommodate the relocation of the accessibility lift. And we have agreed with her to push that back an additional foot. So that's her suggested 3'6", which we have no objection to. Next slide. I'll show you how that looks. This is the existing condition again. We saw the photo of where that lift is. You can see the lift on the left side of the drawing there. Again, that super wide stair. Next slide. So this is the proposal. You can see the lift is now tucked behind the wall, hidden away, which we think is great for aesthetics and frankly, better for people that are not sitting there on display when they're being lifted up to the second level. So we think it's better for people that need to use it. And again, it allows us to reduce the width of that stair significantly and add that landscaping. So this is what we propose, and it's going to be pushed back an additional foot as requested by staff. Next slide. So briefly on neighborhood outreach, we have reached out over the last multiple months to all of our surrounding condominiums, the Drake, Il Villaggio, and especially 1500 Ocean. As I said before, we have support from the 1500 Ocean board. We are still working on some of the folks that live and own properties in 1500 Ocean to try to resolve their operational concerns about hours of operation. Again, the conditional use stuff. That includes Mr. Robbins' client as well as Henry Stoller, who I'm meeting with again tomorrow to go over Henry's proposed changes to the conditional use permit. So we hope that by the time we get to the planning board again, we are in agreement. I can't guarantee it, but we have worked as hard as we can to try to reduce the external impacts of this building as much as possible. And again, that is what we're going to deal with during the conditional use process. Next slide. Just as we don't need to go into the depths of this, but just some of the things we've changed based on those conversations: seating, hours, music, valet, lots of details. Trash, loading. I know Mr. Robbins is still concerned about loading and trash. but we hope to give him additional information before planning board that will hopefully resolve his client's concerns. A laundry list of changes, and I like to say this over and over. We added 3 pages of additional conditions and expanded conditions to the conditional use permit order at the behest of our neighbors. So it's been a significant expansion of those limitations. Again, this entire project has no entertainment in it whatsoever. It's got very limited hours in comparison to what it was. There's no outdoor activity on Ocean Steps past 11 o'clock. So we are trying our darndest to implement the city's new vision for this area, which is low impact uses that are not relying on entertainment and tourism necessarily to completely operate. Next slide. And that means it's the end of our presentation. So I will, before we close, I'm just going to, again, we're here for any questions. I need to reserve time for rebuttal, of course. And I would just say, as to Mr. Robbins and his concerns about operations, anything that's not related to the criteria that are part of a a certificate of appropriateness is not really relevant to this board's review. So we are committed to continuing to work with Mr. Robbins and his client and any other members of the public on providing the necessary information for the conditional use permit. But I just remind this board that your purview here is limited to the certificate of appropriateness criteria, not about whether or not Mr. Robbins' client is concerned about hours or noise, et cetera. That is governed by the conditional use permit. So with that, we're here for any questions, and again, I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very informative. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you like to open the public hearing portion?
Sure, for Zoom.
Oh, yes. We have on Zoom, we have several members of the public. Our first speaker is Jane Krupp.
Hi, I live a block away on 14.
May I swear you in before you begin?
Oh, excuse me?
May I swear you in first?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Alrighty, so I live on 14th and Ocean, and we never had, since the outdoor restaurants came in for COVID privileges, we never had a lot of noise, a lot of restaurants between 14th and 15th, and this is going to be a major impact on the neighborhood with 4 restaurants coming in. And so my question is about outdoor speakers. Outdoor speakers are completely uncontrollable. It is up to the manager of each restaurant to control who is a speaker on the button, and we have a lot of problems. And code enforcement does not help us very much in excessive speaker noise. And I'd like to also refer to the word ambient. There is no, in the noise code, there is no word ambient. So we are agreeing to the level of ambient music. There is no code to regulate that. So you need to go back to the noise code and look at the language about excessive noise and how it really is about, you're not allowed to produce, I'm reading right now from the code, reproducing a sound in a manner as to disturb the peace, quiet, and comfort of the neighboring inhabitants. Nowhere in the noise code does the word ambient exist. So I think you should take it out of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next.
Our next speaker is Albert Lepage.
Could you ask them to speak up too, Debbie? We're having some trouble hearing.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could speak up, Mr. Lepage.
Yes, I can. I can speak up.
Mr. Lepage,
My name is, yes.
do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
You may proceed.
I am a resident of 1500 Ocean Drive, which is part of the entire property of Bancroft, Ocean Steps, and 1500 Ocean Drive. We are generally supportive of this project. However, I'm surprised that today's presentations make no mention of the building's historically important 1990s design by the internationally renowned architect Michael Graves, who died in 2015. He was recognized as a major influence on architectural movements, including New Urbanism, New Classicism, and particularly Postmodernism. His buildings in the postmodern style include the noted Portland Building in Oregon and the Humana Building in Kentucky, as well as the property under consideration today. The only commission in Miami Beach is 1500 Ocean Drive condominium building and its adjoining commercial Bancroft Ocean Steps. The Bancroft renovation and Ocean Steps was a new construction in the late 90s. The design you are considering today, although attractive, erases the work of a giant in global architecture. Nearly all the Graves design elements are gone from the proposal, including his signature checkerboard sculptural element on the Ocean Steps roof. The Graves design for the property and the adjoining Graves design 1500 Ocean Drive condominium is echoed in the neighbor Royal Palm Hotel design. I urge you to seriously consider an effort to protect and preserve the essence of the Michael Graves design for the good of the building, the neighborhood, and Miami Beach architectural history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Debbie, is there another person?
I do not see any other members with their hands up, so you can go to the in-person comments.
Okay, we're going now to the people who are here. Public comment. Daniel.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo with the Miami Design Preservation League. I'm just pulling up our notes. Okay, so yes, we actually had a very long meeting about this at the Advocacy Committee, and we had Graham's group, and then we had Kent and his group, and I think we had one other group. So we had a lot of time to hear all of the different concerns of the neighbors, and we're very happy to have had their participation. We do support overall the project and the city staff recommendations and proposed conditions for the project. We look forward to seeing this building be converted, adaptively reused into Class A office space, which my friend Rory and I used to fight a lot about, but I'm very happy that now we have proof that historic buildings can contain Class A office. So for those people wondering about redeveloping Ocean Drive and Collins, I think this is a good example that it can be done while we still maintain the historic integrity of the buildings. We also do understand the concerns of the neighbors, and especially like Jane Krupp, who is a resident of Ocean Drive. You know, we just go back to this proliferation of bars and of noise, and once it's out there, it's really hard to contain. So to the extent that this board is able to make sure that there are conditions to protect the quality of life, we think that is very important. We also wanted to mention that Drake, which is across the street, that there's some residential parking spaces, and so whether it's here or at the planning board, you know, it'd be good to address those issues. But overall, I think this is a great example of adaptive reuse, not just for the Bancroft, but even the other building that I used to kind of jokingly call it like the Cocoa Walk of Ocean Drive, because the way that it was designed, I always thought like, you know, it didn't really make sense, but now to see it be adapted, and I didn't know it was a Michael Graves building, so I'd like to thank the prior speaker. And, you know, hopefully he would be proud of the fact that it's going to be adapted into, you know, a new use. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Mr. Robbins.
Hello, I'm Kent Robbins. I have a presentation, and it's sent to your AV. I want to first announce I do represent Albert LePage. He has units 801, 802, and 909. We also have a joint defense agreement with a number of residents who signed and authorized us to raise objections concerning operational issues, and that are the Cones, Mr. Stoller, the Weinberger, Seth Weinberger and Barbara Goodman, Hal Rosenbaum and his wife Joyce, Phil Bidlin and Ileana, as well as Craig Razzle, Lee Razzle, and Andre DePorta and Andre DePorta. They have all expressed concerns concerning the operations. Most of us have been favorable towards the overall development, but I want to go over it. Would you put the presentation up, please?
Mr. Robbins, in an abundance of caution, do you mind if I swear you in again?
Excuse me?
Do you mind if I swear you in again? Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony given this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'll do it for the third time. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next page. Okay, I took some photographs this month in the area showing impact. Next page. This is 1500 Ocean Drive, and adjacent to it is the Ocean Steps building. You can see their proximity. It's immediately adjacent to and impacting. Next page, please. Next number. Okay, as you can see, the tower of 1500 Ocean abuts directly to the area in which they are planning to have outdoor dining on the third floor. And the next page, please. As you can see, there's some iconic parts of the Michael Graves building that are still there that won't be there later, especially the checkerboard. It's an important feature of Graves, and this was an integrated building with the ocean, 1500 Ocean. So there really hasn't been a contextual or analysis of the architectural contribution of Mr. Graves, and it's unfortunate, as Albert LePage brought to your attention. Next page. Next page. Okay, this is a floor plan of 1500 Ocean. As you can see, the 07 line, the 09 line, the 10 line, the 08 line are immediately adjacent to the area in which there'll be outdoor dining. Now we requested, next page, requested a continuance in order for the CUP matters to be handled. I understand that the CUP matters are distinct to some extent, but to the extent that you are approving plans that include seating and improve outdoor seating as well as interior seating and tremendous capacity. Next page. Okay, next page. This is a seating occupant load of the 4 public restaurants. It might have changed by a few numbers, but this is basically reflects it. You can see the occupancy of the Bancroft lobby, venue 2, the Ocean Steps Central building, the sushi bar, and the coffee bar. You can see the actual indoor seating capacity and the outdoor seating capacity. Over 1,000 occupancy and hundreds of outdoor seating. Let's go to the next page, which is what they call the office use, which is actually they're going to be providing food and alcohol beverage as an amenity for the offices. This is not going to be a regular office building. This is going to be where alcohol and food is going to be served on the rooftop deck. The rooftop deck is 284 people. The third floor lounge and rooftop, right adjacent to my client's property and where they'll be living, where their children are living. There'll be there'll be 150 outdoor seats. These are in the plans that you're going to approve. So when they say, don't worry about it, just this is all going to be handled conditional use, you are approving a set of plans showing all of these seats. So you're giving your imprimatur of approval of these seats. So what needs to be done, and we'll go into this in a moment when we go into the conditions. So here are the totals. Go to the next page, please. Here are the totals. 1,913 occupancy, 526 indoor seats, 553 outdoor seats, a total of 1,000 seats. And that is on the plans. That's on your data sheet on the plans that are presented to you. Next page, please. the city requires 6 loading spaces. Next page. These are the calculations made by the applicant that are in your plans. They acknowledge that they need 6 loading spaces. If you go to the plans, 2 of those loading spaces are 10 by 20 foot spaces. You can't even put a large van on that site. 2 of the spaces, you can't even put a truck on it. They're claiming that those 2 spaces are going to meet loading capacity. Then there's another 4 on the next floor. Those 4 have never been analyzed for auto turning or movements. So there's no showing that those 4 spaces on the next floor, which are in your plans, showing that they actually function.
Mr. Chair, the time has elapsed.
He can have 2 more minutes if he needs.
And may I go to the next page? The valet parking circulation route right now is proposed is 6 square blocks, 7 traffic-controlled intersections. Next page. So when a car is recovered, it has to go around those blocks and through those traffic intersections. Imagine people waiting out in the corner, waiting for their car during traffic, on Friday, Saturday, South Beach, and the mess that's going to create, the anger that's going to create. Most likely, unfortunately, what they're trying to put too much in such a limited space with limited capacity to valet. They're proposing on your plans that are in these plans only 1 valet drop-off space of 11 feet. That's in your data plans that you are being proposed to review. And they say, don't worry about it. We'll deal with it, conditional use permit. But I want to bring it to your attention that one of your responsibilities is to examine architectural drawings for consistency with criteria and with regard to aesthetics, appearance, safety, and function of any new existing structure or physical attributes of the project in relation to the site, structure, and properties and surrounding community. So you can look at parking spaces. You can look at dimensions of parking spaces, which impacts the size of your loading spaces. You can look at safety, crime prevention, and fire protection. These are all your criteria. Look at page 5 through 6 of the staff report. You can look at pedestrian and vehicular movement. You can talk about access to adjacent roads so as to interfere as little as possible with vehicle traffic. There is no planning here concerning how these valet spaces. Now, you can approve it and say, okay, we're going to rely on the planning board, but it's still going to be on you. If this ends up being a disaster for the neighborhood, you have to protect that historic property in the historic context and make certain this works. I'm supportive of the project. We're supportive of the project. What we're concerned about is they're doing too much stuff. 1,900 occupancy, 1,000 seats for food, amenities, which are food and beverage for the office. It's too much. And you need to say that when you approve these plans, you're not approving the seats, you're not approving the capacity, you're not approving this amount of traffic, you're not approving the proposed capacity, you're not approving the loading spaces. And you have to say that that needs to be evaluated. And after the condition and planning board reviews that, it can come back and you can further evaluate to make certain you protect this community, protect the residents, protect what you are supposed to protect as your responsibility. Don't bring the historic district down anymore. We have enough problems already. I hope this project works. I hope they decide to do what's rational and they don't do as much as they are proposing. But right now, it's your responsibility to protect the neighborhood, the residents, and my client.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Anyone else?
Well, I'm going to let Mr. Greenberg speak briefly, but the bottom line is, I think Ken put his finger on it. You're not approving any of those things. You're not approving any seats. You're not approving any uses whatsoever because it's outside of your purview. You are approving the changes to these buildings or this building, right? And so all of those issues, as I knew it was coming, all of the issues related to occupancy, use, noise, all those are going to be part of the conditional use process, and that's what they're appropriately part of. If there was no conditional use permit, I couldn't do any of the things we're asking for, right? We need a conditional use to make the uses in the building permitted. So again, the scope of your review today is the architectural changes we're making to this building, which I think are, and I think Mr. Robbins would agree, an unalloyed good, right? This is a net benefit to the neighborhood to reinstall those floors, to improve the facades. So again, we would ask for your approval. We're here for any questions, and I know Mr. Greenberg would want to speak as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna avoid the conditional use permit conversation, as that's not really what we're here for today. But just to follow up on a Daniel Seraldo comment, the ability to have a Class A office project in a historic building with lower ceiling heights is really key around amenitizing that building and delivering an experience that people appreciate. Historically, Class A offices, and there's plenty of architecture and conversation can be had amongst the board, but is 10, 12, 14-foot ceiling heights is a much different type of project. So in order for us to achieve the business plan and actually be successful and actually be able to do this and not explore the uses that are historic in that building and historic on that street, and to take this street to the next iteration of what it's supposed to be, what the mayor wants, what the whole city wants, is to be able to amenitize that office and give people an experience that they actually will go to, or this project will go nowhere. So from our perspective, the only ability is to have this amenitized space and to really deliver an all-encompassing office experience for people like myself that would like to go and work and socialize and take meetings and not be in hotels and not be in loud environments. All of the conditional use things that we've accepted, the staff recommendations, we've backed down on everything. We've accepted what everyone, we've worked with all of our neighbors. We could talk about the addition of valet in the garage that will avoid all the turns and everything, but I don't even think that's part of the conversation today. So I'll just stick to the fact that, you know, the design was very intentionally done to celebrate the historic nature of the building, and we look forward to continuing the conversation about actual operations when that's the conversation at the planning board. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and move on to board discussion. Any comment? Who'd like to go first? Rick.
I wanted to ask about the blue and white structure on the roof. That was brought up as a concern. I understand it's part of the Michael Graves design. Is there any consideration for working to integrate that into the new design?
Sorry,
I asked just because it was brought up, you know,
yeah, no,
concern
it's a
from
good
the
question.
neighborhood. You know.
It's a good question. I think it was originally, we always called it the Cocoa Walk of Miami Beach. I mean, sorry, but that's what it was always called. And I think that spire there was really to kind of, you know, tell people, like, come here, and this is, you know, this is retail and restaurants and such. It is a kind of folly that's up there. There's nothing in it. If the board would like us to keep it and we can integrate that into the project, I think that's definitely, well, we can do that. That's actually the first time that's come up. Everybody's always looked at it and like, God, that checkerboard thing. But you know, in 50 years, maybe not even that, in 30 years, it might be actually something really cool that we could be sad we took down. So we are looking. We could look at keeping that if needed be.
I think we'd like that as a condition.
Well, you know, I appreciate the work of Michael Graves, you know, tremendously, and you know that one little feature I think is the least important of his design elements there. I mean, you've got this substantial collection of structures that you know you can see in the rhythm of the columns and the way that they change from floor to floor, and you can recognize, you know, his kind of you know, his talent. I didn't think that checkerboard piece was so important, but I wonder if that was going to help the neighbors and, you know, reduce, even if it was very slightly, the number of tables there. That might be something to consider. I don't think it's particularly important. But I have a question, I guess, for Debbie, because it's been brought up, the the counts, the occupancy, the number of seats. I see in the charts, in the drawings that, yes, they are listed here. I don't see a maximum listed on there, and so can someone confirm for us that they're within their legal rights to have the occupancy that is proposed here?
Thank you for the question. So that will be subject to the planning board's determination. They are legally allowed to ask for as many seats as they can fit according to the fire code. So that is permissible. However, because it does exceed an occupancy of 299 persons, it is up to the planning board how many occupants are permitted.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, I think I agree with Daniel, that this could be a great example for the adaptive reuse of historic buildings in the neighborhood. Office could be a good use. I don't know that you would call this strictly an office building, considering the number of amenities it provides, but it does seem like a wonderful place to work.
Thank you, Rick. Laura?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's a beautiful structure. I really love the sensibility that you put into the juxtaposition between, old and new. It really speaks to how I view preservation personally. And again, back to the use, I know it's not the purview of this board, but I do think having vitality in these historic districts is critical. Having solely hospitality is not sustainable, and so I'm very appreciative of the time and energy that you all put into this project. I do agree, a typical office is a 14-foot clear height, so I commend you for keeping within that historic framework. I think on the question of Michael Graves, I would like to hear if any more consideration, from the architect side was put into that, but I don't even know if he would want his work preserved, to be honest with you. Just philosophically, I don't know if you would agree with that, but I do hear the operational concerns as well of the residents, so I'm someone that definitely believes density and vitality in these buildings is a good thing, but keeping in mind that it is a Class A establishment, I'm sure you guys will, work with your neighbors to ensure that everyone around is in agreement with it. So thank you very much.
Max.
Thanks. Echoing some of the positive comments. I think it's a good project consistent with the city's goals, and hopefully a good case study in what the transition of uses would look like. I feel like I might have been the least likely person to fixate on that roof structure as well, but I had captured it in my notes. I was just kind of wondering what the deal was with it. I don't really have an answer, but I'm sensitive to that philosophical question of, are we removing a potential future historic building? But that's maybe for pontificating instead of actually interpreting the code. I'm also sensitive to this idea of design and the use. They're probably not as clearly separated 100% as we'd like, because the use informs the design, and that's kind of what we're weighing in on. So I wouldn't want to write that off completely. I didn't really have much to say though on the design. I was a little bit just getting back into like the technical nitty-gritty of what we're looking at here. On the variance diagram page, page A5.4, I wasn't sure what the upper left-hand variance was for. It doesn't appear to be related to the lift or setbacks. I just wasn't sure what that shaded area was, or if that was something that wasn't relevant anymore.
That's the short answer, Max. Debbie and Jake looked at it, and they determined that the only actual variance was the lift variance.
Okay, understood. Thank you. And would this be coming back to the board for like the exterior finish and the landscape details and those other Ds, or is this it?
This is the entire presentation.
Okay.
You can ask it to come back.
No, I think it's, I don't have any specific direction on anything that would come back. I was just curious if it was within the scope. But yeah, that was really it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Nancy?
You're on mute, Nancy. Can you unmute yourself?
Okay, here. I must say that as far as the historic quality of what we're doing, I think that this is the first new building that has come along that really deserves our strong support to preserve its value. Though it's not a historic building, as we know, or it's not rendered as such, I think it's very important. I knew that I was here when this was built, and the Mr. Who are we talking about?
Graves?
Yeah.
Michael Graves?
Michael Graves. I have all of the other chatter in my way. I have Michael Graves was a tremendous, valuable person in the community. He was looked upon as a real hero of new architecture at the time. So whatever can be done to preserve some of the things that he has done, I think would be well worth it, because in the future, he definitely, I think, will be revered as part of the historic buildings. Other than that, I like the whole project. I hope that we are going to be able to make this a livable space and not clutter it with hundreds of people up on a roof, just creating havoc. So the best that we can hope, the planning board will have the sense to preserve what should be preserved and not try to crowd in those restaurants. Especially there's one restaurant there that seems to be quite a loud place. And I don't think we need loud. I think we need good, creative building stock and add a voice.
Thank you, Nancy. I'd like to echo her comments. I would like to ask that you go back and think a little bit more about Michael Graves' art design language and try to save as much of that as practical given your program. Because I think that, I agree with Nancy, she couldn't have said it better. Kirk.
I could have said it better.
No, you couldn't.
I couldn't. I've lost my...
I've got a lot of notes I just want
to
bounce on. By the way, I wore my postmodern tie.
All right.
Equipped for this. I agree on the Michael Graves discussion. With postmodern, I even personally am a little uncomfortable with it still. And I think, we're getting to the point where you have to appreciate not only the postmodern movement, but particularly somebody like Michael Graves, who really made an impact and was really a leader in that movement. I think it would be short-sighted just to look away and not give proper respect. Couple of things I wanted to mention just from my notes. First of all, to what Mr. Robbins said, I feel like in terms of the historic districts, I think it is our responsibility to want to see the Bancroft thrive. And I've witnessed for 20 years, I think when I first moved to Miami Beach, and Billboard Live was, this amazing, it was going to be the catalyst for the entertainment industry to take over Miami Beach. And meanwhile, for over 2 decades, it really didn't turn into that. It didn't pan out, I don't think, over the long term the way that folks expected it to. And I'm excited with this idea of bringing new life to the Bancroft. I'm concerned, when you talk about the seating and the outdoor speakers, and I think it's important to consider the well-being of the community. Then again, that terrace area has been restaurant, it's been entertainment venue, and I think in order to properly evaluate that, you have to look at a comparison capacity. We're talking about the proposed capacity, but not comparing that to what the existing capacity is and has been. And so I definitely empathize with the residents in the community with regard to parking impact, traffic impact, noise, and if there were a way for us to accentuate our concerns to the planning board, they're the ones that have jurisdiction to ensure the well-being of the neighborhood. I do want to ask, because the architect who, I've said this before, I really appreciate the sensitivity you bring to historic buildings, and I want to ask about some of the features of the Bancroft. And I think the terrazzo flooring has been pretty well covered. Sort of some of the other, I think, outstanding architectural features, the frieze on the west side, the fountain on the west side, the signage. They're all sort of referenced in the plans that, for instance, the sign is going to be retained, the glass block in the fountain is going to be restored. The frieze is going to be restored, but it doesn't really, the plans don't really speak to accentuating it, to the fountain being actually lit up and functioning. And obviously for me, that's important. If the Bancroft is going to have a new lease on life, I want it to shine. I want it to have an opportunity to be vibrant. So I wanted to ask for clarification. Is the fountain going to be lit up and functioning? Is the sign going to be lit up and functioning? Is a frieze going to be lit up, or are we going to accentuate these outstanding architectural features?
No, absolutely, and that could be a part of the one of the conditions. Is we would be. I think it wouldn't make sense if it wasn't lit up and functioning. It would just be sitting there. So
right.
we would like to put it back to the way it was originally, and also the frieze. Everything will be restored if it needs to be, and cleaned up and fixed.
Okay.
To be, yeah.
Yeah, I just, if there were any additional nuances to the approval, I'd like to see them be vibrant. And you can sort of see in the images how the fountain is just sort of abandoned, and fixing it is not going to change the fact if it's not actually something that's vibrant and appreciated.
Agreed.
I also want to bring up another concern which hadn't really been mentioned, which is just the planting. I feel like that space, one area where it has also failed historically, is feeling like a concrete desert, the terrace facing south. And you have introduced a lot of planter boxes, but it doesn't seem like there's any, not much in the way of specimens that would give it more of a green, shady, inviting feel. And I don't know if anyone else agrees with that, but I personally would have liked to see a little bit more. I think there's one specimen tree right in the center. Yeah. I might have liked to see 3 rather than just planter boxes, but if the board don't really see that as a concern, then I will let that go. And I think that's it. I think you've done a really nice job, and I'm really excited to see new life brought to this project. So I don't know where that leaves us in terms of a motion moving forward, but I'm supportive.
thank you.
Confirm any of your comments?
I'm sorry?
Would you like us to confirm
Yeah,
any of your comments
yeah,
with the
please.
fountain? Yeah, so, you know, my history personally and our history in this town, we love the historic preservation. I've been involved in more than 10 projects. My hotel, Pally House, that went before you guys in the past, we've been celebrated, awards and whatnot. Daniel had came over and mentioned to us about a plaque about the historic architecture and whatnot. We would love to do that. The frieze, the terrazzo, the fountain, everything historic about the building, we're excited to bring back. Can add some specimen trees. This is meant to be a Class A project and be a feature for you know, an example for the future of historic preservation. So we're happy to proffer everything you've asked us for.
Yeah, I just hope we don't turn MDPL into a plaque factory. That's what I certainly don't want to see. Okay, thank you, Dan.
I take that back. Daniel didn't ask me. We're doing it on our own.
I just in closing would like you to consider, if possible, saving as much of the graves as you can. That's my major concern with this. With that in mind, anybody else have any final comments? Or?
I have just one final thing, you know, with regard to Michael Graves. You know, his imprint here cannot be altered. I mean, he in this pair of round volumes and steps, he created a termination to Ocean Drive. You know, he kind of changed the shape of the city, of that very important street. And so I think it's inescapable, no matter what kind of cosmetic alterations might be made to it. That's one point. And then the other, because the one variance, you know, was tied to the ADA lift, and Michael Graves was such a proponent of the American with Disabilities Act. He himself was disabled later in life, and you know, through his architecture, taught us that, you know, buildings can be both functional and beautiful. And so, I, you know, would encourage approving the variance request in the spirit of Michael Graves. You know, providing access in a beautiful and convenient way. I think that would be a good homage to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we get our member Barry Klein had to leave, so we're down one person. But Debbie, can we formulate a motion here that satisfies everyone?
Absolutely. So if you would like to include any additional conditions or modify any of the conditions in staff's recommended order, you may do that.
Could I interject?
I would like to speak to, Mr. Pascal's comment. If after you review the application that's currently pending before you, you wish to make a separate motion to make a recommendation to the planning board with regard to the conditional use, that is entirely within your discretion. If you want to make recommendations to the planning board with regard to the applications that's pending their review.
Thank you.
Great idea. Great idea.
Could I go ahead and make an effort of moving this forward? And I want to invite everyone else's input, but I'd like to add the condition about the historical features, the fountain feature, the frieze, and the sign that they be lit and functional. Debbie, is that fine?
Yes, that is great. Can you repeat those elements, Mr. Pascal?
Yeah, these are all the west-facing elements: the frieze, the fountain, and the Bancroft sign.
That those be retained and restored.
Restored
correct?
and actually functioning. Fountain functioning, lit, frieze lit, sign lit.
We have no objection to that.
Okay. And then I do want to bring up the idea of maybe having a couple more specimen trees in the courtyard. Is that unreasonable? I'd like to get the board's feeling. I feel like to have 3 shade trees is not too much to ask in such a giant space.
Good idea.
I'll back up.
So if we could increase that to 3 specimen trees in the courtyard?
We have no objection to that either, Carrick. That's a good idea.
And then with regard to the Michael Graves, this is where we have to give proper direction, I guess, to staff on what the expectation is in terms of respecting the Michael Graves architectural features. Any recommendations, Rick, on how that should be worded? We want to keep the checkerboard folly. Is that the idea?
in my opinion, I think whether that folly it remains or not, his imprint will be there because of the urban imprint in defining the northern end of Ocean Drive. I think that kind of garden folly, that little sculpture, is a small piece of a greater gesture. If they were to preserve it, I mean, I think that would be nice. Personally, I wouldn't hinge the project on that. But because there was the other concern from the neighbors and the use, it means probably, one less table and a few less people. So I don't know if that's worth considering or not.
Can I ask the applicant if you have can help us find a middle ground on this?
Yeah, I think as this is a newer conversation with the checkerboard and the folly, I totally understand where you guys are coming from, and we respect architecture very much. I think if we could be allowed to work with staff potentially and study if we can recreate it, preserve part of it. If we can work with Debbie, I think we've got enough of a history in this town that she would understand that we're going to work with her as responsibly as possible. But just to say we keep it as is a little bit difficult at this point. But if anything, Rick, any suggestions you have on preserving the rest of the building, if you think we've done that correctly, or if too much landscaping, anything along those lines, we agree with you that preserving it would be special. A plaque having nothing to do with FPL, only by my own FDPL, only by my own desires. But we would be very happy to work with Debbie and figure out the right way to respect it, use it somewhere else within the property, create some sort of art around it, some sort of mural paint. I mean, we're happy to figure out something with Debbie's scope. It's hard to commit to it exactly as it sits today, but we're open to doing whatever we possibly can to be as respectful as possible.
I mean, I think that's a fair suggestion, to work with Debbie to integrate the character of that folly in some way. Maybe it's integrating the checkerboard pattern in another place. I mean, I think that altering the very wide steps to accommodate, planters, it's a change of use. You don't need all. I think all of that is really good, and it only makes for a better pedestrian kind of experience there. So I think you guys are doing
Debbie's
all the right
suggestions,
things.
honestly, have always made my projects better. So I honestly look forward to working with her.
Bravo.
Good.
Okay.
I'm just going to interject, and I really appreciate all the compliments. It's been a long day. Just to be clear, the demolition of that rooftop tower element requires board review and approval. So that cannot be delegated to staff. So as part of the certificate of appropriateness, that is something that you would need to be approving in order for staff to work with the applicant to have a reconstruction or reinterpretation or partial retention of that piece. So I just wanted to make that very clear. You can't delegate the whether it's demolished or it's required to be retained to staff.
So you want us to come, do you want us to come back to do this? Or can we add something at this time?
You can definitely add something at this time, but what needs to be clear is how much demolition of that roof folly are you approving today? Are you okay with the entire demolition, and then they can work with staff to create some type of interpretation of the checkerboard, whether it's a surface on a wall or that type of thing? But it needs to be relatively clear in terms of, are you approving the demolition of it? Whether we work with them and they actually retain one of the walls or three of the walls is fine, because that we have the authority to do administratively. To keep more than the board has approved to be demolished.
So Debbie, do you think
for that way? But if you are open to the idea of it being completely demolished, then that needs to be clear.
Do you think it would be possible for us to state it in such a way? I mean, for me, when you talk about reinterpreting, I think authenticity and materiality have value. And part of your statement, you said if we could keep maybe one side out of, four surfaces of that tower, but I don't know if that's possible. To me, it's a slippery slope to talk about reinterpreting. We don't ever know what that looks like, and it doesn't really resemble the authentic materiality of what it once was. I'd be happy if we could maintain a portion of it, but is that something that we could commit to at this point?
I mean, we think it's crucial that this project move forward for the health of Ocean Drive as fast as possible. So from our perspective, if you guys are comfortable with Debbie's oversight of the process, we'd much prefer to not have to proffer something that we haven't contemplated or not really sure how it would be delivered. So my first choice would honestly be you guys, trust in the process that Debbie runs, and who we are and what we're planning to do with the building and what we've shown you today. So my first choice would be if you could possibly give Debbie the authority, to be honest.
Okay, so does that mean it doesn't get demolished, but she has the authority to guide the altering of it?
No,
I think she's saying you have to approve the total demolition.
I'm sorry, I know we're not supposed to be talking over each other, so I apologize.
Sorry,
Debbie.
But that's okay, but then the board unless the board has a specific condition about portions to be retained, then there is a possibility that structure could be totally demolished. You would be approving the total demolition, but asking the applicant to explore with staff potentially retaining portions of it and integrating it into the new project. And that's very clear to me, that we would work with Jennifer. We actually work extremely well with Jennifer, and we have for many years, to see if there's portions of it that could be retained and incorporated. But that would be basically just a recommendation from the board. The board would be approving the demolition, but urging the applicant to work.
We would absolutely give best efforts to maintain as much as possible, but it sounds like we would have to ask for the total demolition from the board for Debbie.
We strongly encourage if any materiality could be saved and reincorporated. Is the board good with that? And we'll move it forward.
I think that I would second that, yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. So, roll call, Debbie?
Yes, and this is a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness with the additional conditions added by Mr. Pascal just now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we had a motion and a second, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Weinstein-Berman,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Litt,
Yes.
Ms. Liebman,
Yes.
Mr. Klein is absent, Mr. Pascal,
Yes.
and Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved for the certificate of appropriateness. Now,
Wait, before we move on, I wanted to add something that you had suggested, and I think it's a very good idea. It sort of got lost in the shuffle. To ask the planning board to consider the fact that this building is a historic building to be, and that they give real attention to not loading it up with as many people as they can fit in. You can interpret that in a different way. I just want that the building be recognized by the planning board as something important to save the important places and the parts of it. And Debbie, you said it better, so.
That's fine. If I could, before we go into that topic, can we have a motion for the variance, the street side facing
Oh,
facade?
I'll move that.
Okay,
Second.
and that's with staff's recommended.
Yes.
Okay, and do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Litt,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Pascal,
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman,
Yes.
Ms. Liebman,
Yes.
Mr. Klein is absent, Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Thank you, everyone. And now, if the board wants to formulate a recommendation with regard to the conditional use permit, I think now would be the time.
Yes,
to
that's a
discuss
good idea.
that.
Would Mr. Robbins like to say something?
Yes.
Sure.
I think I said fairly clearly in my presentation, the concern is the impact of this function of this building on the historic neighborhood. And given that it is your responsibility to protect the historic neighborhood, it's very important for you to express your concern to the planning board that you have concern that the overuse or over-intensive use of this site could and would adversely affect the residential character of the immediate neighborhood, and that your concern, you're asking the planning board to consider that and consider also the impact that will have on the historic residential neighborhood in the immediate area.
Sounds like a very good recommendation. You just said it. We're proposing that. I mean,
No, we completely agree, and
Okay.
we've taken staff's recommendations, our neighbors' recommendations. We've proffered decibel levels that we're willing to pay a third party to oversee. We totally understand it. This is an office environment. This is not what you talked about earlier, or further down on Ocean Drive. So we totally understand. To be honest, for the business to be successful, it can't be full of traffic. It can't be full of terrible valet services and all the things that are being talked about. So we have the same goal to make sure this operates smoothly and respectfully, and the neighbors appreciate it. We hope the neighbors are members. We hope the neighbors are office tenants. And I apologize if I seem like I'm running, but I have a flight to see my niece and nephew for the first time in 15 months, so I'm going to run. But thank you guys all for your time, and we look forward to the project.
Debbie, can you write that down? What Kent Robbins said.
So, is the board okay with accepting what Mr. Robbins just verbalized as their recommendation to the planning board?
I mean, I have something I'd like to interject because I think what's really key here is to find the proper balance that I think we, or I as a board member, want to see this project succeed. And we're approving it based on our own criteria, but we're relying on the planning board to ensure that it is harmoniously activated with the historic district. I'm afraid of, I don't think it's we don't have the criteria to state whether it's too intense. I mean, it's their job to look at the criteria and evaluate how much intensity is harmonious with the neighborhood. I think, again, from my standpoint, I'd just like to accentuate the fact that we've considered it based on our own criteria, and we're relying on them and their good judgment to do the right thing. I mean, to use a statement like over-intensity, it suggests that we've had the proper criteria to evaluate it, and we haven't. I don't know what the right sweet spot is for intensity.
I think the word is compatible, and assure compatibility with the adjoining neighborhood, the historic context, and the residents of the neighborhood. And if you put it in those simple terms, it'll just make them very aware that you're watching them, and you're hoping that they will do the right thing, so they don't make you look like you did approve a project that you would not have approved of had the planning board not done their job. So you're trying to make certain that there's a message that it's very important for them to look at this very carefully.
Can we use the words harmonious and compatible without jumping to the extreme of over-intensity? Does that work, Debbie? I mean, is that something, are we on the same page, or do we feel like we're looking at over-intensity here? Nancy, why don't you chime in, because you had strong feelings on this.
Nancy?
You need to unmute, Nancy.
Okay. No, I think that instead of trying to make it very flowery, I think there needs to be a recommendation to the planning board that they use their good sense about how much intensity, I think that's a good word, how much intensity they can use with respect to the fact that this is an important historic building, though it's not of age. It is a very historic building with a very well-known architect, and that should be taken into consideration when they determine how many thousands of people they think they're going to put up on the roof. I agree with Kent that that cannot happen, to just allow cluttering of people. They've got to respect the building, and we ask that they respect the building as what it is, and make it I guess, well, anything else I would say can't be said, so leave it at that.
Thank you, Nancy. We hear you.
Okay.
Debbie, can you add her comments to?
Well, it's up to the board. We would want a consensus amongst the board members what motion you would want to make so we can transmit any recommendation to the planning board.
I like Kent's statement. I thought that was perfect.
I have no problem with Kent's, if you feel that what he said was impactful enough. I don't think he mentioned historic building or any of that language.
Mr. Chair, if you want to entertain a motion to adopt Kent Robbins' statement,
okay,
as your recommendation to the planning board, you can do that.
I do. You have something else?
No, the historic neighborhood I did mention, Nancy. So, yeah, I'd love for you to adopt that. I think even the applicant would have no opposition to that.
Yeah, but we want to make sure the planning board hears that in writing, or sees that in writing.
Yeah, again, all I would say is the language isn't the problem. Me and Kent might disagree what that means, obviously, and that's what we're going to be talking about at the planning board, right? So we understand that is the planning board's job is to ensure that the conditional use permit they approve approves a use of this project, of this building, that's compatible and consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, including our residential neighbors, right? That's what we're committed to doing in that process. So we have no disagreement about the idea. He and I are disagreeing about what that means, right? And that's what we're going to talk about in front of the planning board.
Okay, that's their job.
Yes.
I have to add, Graham, that we're trying to also impress the fact that this is an important building as a historic place in Miami Beach.
It's an anchor.
Something about that, yes. And Graham, I know you can find those words.
Yes, and again, that's why we're excited about this project, right? Because we are taking this important resource and bringing it back to life. So that's what we're committed to do.
Yes, but you have to tell them. They won't understand it if you don't tell them.
Okay, Debbie, can you put that together, please?
Well, do we have a motion? And that was adopting, as your recommendation, the statement made by Mr. Robbins during the introduction of this item. Is that accurate? Is there a motion? I'm not sure if there's a motion or not.
What I said just a few moments ago.
Can you read the statement?
I don't have the statement transcribed. We don't have a court reporter or.
He's an eloquent attorney.
We have it on audio tape, so I can transcribe that after the meeting and transmit that to the planning board.
This is the one about over-intensity. Is it an over-intensity or it's the one about
concern about the intensity?
And compatibility.
Make certain it is not over-intensive. It's wanted language. I talk about compatibility with the
Compatibility
neighborhood.
and the importance
You heard
of
it all.
historic building.
You heard it. I think everybody nodded their head when I said it, so.
Yeah,
I think
but
even
historic
Nancy agreed,
buildings
which is,
are
Nancy and I
intensive.
agreeing together is a
Historic
landmark and perhaps
That
a historic
is
moment before
historic.
this board.
You better get finished before
Okay,
I change.
Debbie, you can transcribe it. I think that's probably best.
Yes.
So that's the
I
motion.
will do that for the meeting. The planning board is not till the end of the month, so I have time to do that and then transmit that to planning board.
Okay, so
Thank you
moved.
very much. Thank you
Thank you.
for listening. And hopefully this whole thing will work out and these neighbors will be good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, did we vote on that recommendation?
No, not yet.
It was Nancy's motion, right?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
None. Okay, we will transmit a favorable recommendation as we just described to the planning board with a vote of 6-0. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
very
again for your
much.
time. We appreciate it.
Sorry to keep you all day. Okay, moving right along to our number 6, 308 Lincoln Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one final application on the agenda this afternoon, HPB File 20-0445. This is 306 Lincoln Road. An application has been submitted requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the introduction of illuminated signage facing Lincoln Road in accordance with the Lincoln Road signage regulations. So I think most of you are familiar with this area of the city. Lincoln Road along between Washington and Collins, where there is quite a different character in this block. This was primarily developed in the mid-century period, where historically we had much larger, more flamboyant, exuberant signs, often with moving images, blinking lights, and just oversized signs in general. So the signage ordinance does allow for a special signage district here, which would give the applicant additional size and the ability to introduce artistic elements into the sign that are not allowable in other areas of the city. However, that type of application would require the review and approval of the Historic Preservation Board, whereas signage that was not being proposed in accordance with these regulations could be approved administratively. So that is why the applicant is before you today. It's important to note this is the CVS retail store. Their current signage was approved by the Historic Preservation Board in 2002. So it's been quite some time, almost 20 years, since they have changed out their sign, and their proposal is currently to propose it to install a new sign. Staff is generally supportive of the proposal. We do believe that it meets the spirit of the Lincoln Road Signage District. We are encouraging, and we do have a condition in our order that would encourage the applicant to perhaps explore some animation with one of the icons, maybe with the heart icon or something, just to enhance that kind of whimsical character to a certain degree. So we're recommending approval, and the applicant has joined us, so I will turn it over to, I believe it's Jennifer, if you would like to give a presentation.
Yes, thank you, Debbie. Hello, everyone. Thank you for hanging in there. I know it's 3 in the afternoon. I appreciate everybody's time today.
And may I swear you in before you begin your presentation?
Please.
Do you swear under oath that the testimony that you provide in today's proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can proceed.
Okay, can we bring up the presentation? Thank you. Okay. All right. Again, my name is Jennifer Ronenberger. My company is Go Permit, and I'm here on behalf of CVS Pharmacy. So we are requesting to refurbish and really just update the exterior wall signage. The signage is currently exposed neon. The new signage will have the same iconic appearance in keeping with the quintessential design area of Lincoln Road. The proposed signage will be, just to give you a little bit of background, and then we'll go into each sign specifically. The proposed signage will be GE Tetra contour LED tubes. It gives the appearance of neon, however, has the technology and durability for long-lasting appearance, which will minimize outages and keep the exterior of the business looking its best. One thing with neon is that it's very, very sensitive, so that's why there's outages probably more than not, and that's why neon is no longer really used in the industry and everybody's using these new LED tubes. Next slide. Just to give you a little bit of information here, this area, we are located on Lincoln Road in between Washington and A1A. Next slide. Okay, our first sign, this is the, excuse me, this is our main identification sign. We're looking to update our new sign displaying our heart logo, and that denotes the healthcare initiative that CVS Pharmacy is bringing to the forefront of their business. They're really doing everything with a healthcare initiative now, and this is their national brand that they're moving forward with. Just so you guys also know, the current signage is 208 square feet. We are reducing it, but still meeting our branding requirements, down to 133 square feet. So we're taking 75 square feet off of the existing sign. Next slide, please. The next slide here, this is the grocery sign. Right now, there is the face image that has cosmetics. We are updating that to grocery with a shopping cart. Again, same technology with the LEDs. The current signage is 71 square feet. We are going down to 26, and that is a difference of 45 square foot less. Next slide, please. The third sign is the Minute Clinic sign. Right now, it currently is a 1-hour photo, and we're looking to do the same heart with the healthcare initiative and then Minute Clinic. Minute Clinic does go with their healthcare initiative, so that is super important. Okay, so next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. If we could go back 1 second. Okay, thank you. That sign right now currently is at 80 square feet. We're bringing it down to 44 square feet, so that is 36 square foot less. So if we can go to the next slide, please. This sign is on the back of the building. This sign is allowed by straight code. So that, I put this in the presentation so you can get an overview of everything specifically. This CVS Pharmacy matches the sign on the front. Currently it's at 18 square feet. We're increasing it to 33. But again, since it meets straight code, I just wanted it in here for your information. The next slide, please. This is what the signage will look like at night, just so you have an idea of what it's going to look like. It's basically the same. We are also going to be replacing the light bars also that are there, because if you'll see in the next slide, which will go next slide, please, there's a lot of outages. So we're looking to update all of that to have it be the same lighting technology.
It's a maintenance issue, not an updating issue.
Well, it's both, yes. So we'll go to the next slide. Okay, now the next two slides, if you want to take a look at them, these are photos of the surrounding area and the signage that exists currently. So this is on the east side, and then we'll go to the next one on the west side. Okay. So again, along with updating, you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so we are requesting just to update the exterior signs. Again, a lot of it has to do with maintenance, but a lot of it also has to do with, we are updating their signage to meet their national brand. And I'm here to answer any questions you have. There's one thing I would like to say about Debbie's comment in reference to the animation. We feel that what we've presented meets the design aesthetic of the area, and we're very, very happy with it. We would hope you guys feel the same. If it's something that comes down to it, it's something that we can discuss at a later time. Just adding that information right now would be challenging, because we would have to talk to our LED manufacturers, the representatives, CVS. There's a lot of layers to that. That's something that is going to take some time to develop.
So what?
We're not opposed to doing it. However, we would like to know if it's possible, if that could be put on the back burner, and we could have this part of the plan approved. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have and look forward to discussing.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to open it to public comment. Is there any online? Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not see any members of the public wish to speak via Zoom.
Zoom comment is closed. We're opening it to public comment here in the building.
The final item, and thank you all for all of your dedication to this meeting. It's good to be back in person. We are in support of the staff's recommendations. We do understand about the animation and the kind of unique nature of that street, so we look forward to your discussions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the public? You're not in the public. Okay, moving on to board discussion. I want to go first this time. I find this proposal totally unacceptable. This district was founded and has been supported as a alive, colorful, design-oriented district for signage. What you're proposing here, with all due respect, is stamping the normal CVS, boring graphic that you use in every mall and shopping center in America. This is a special place. It deserves to be kept as is and restored as is. In my opinion, if you want to add the grocery sign, that's even better. If you want to add your little medical sign or whatever, what's it called? The other sign you proposed, your pharmacy sign, that's fine too. But to tell us you're reducing the size of the signage, the whole beauty of this district was the size of the signage. That's the whole point of it, not to reduce it. You've come before us many, many times over my 5.5 years with these boring signs, CVS everywhere. It's like the Shell sign. Everything stamped out the same. It belongs in Aventura. It does not belong here. I thoroughly reject this, and I'm frankly offended that CVS couldn't even think beyond their box. They couldn't say this is a special place, it deserves special treatment, and maintenance is a part of being in a special place. Don't blame it on maintenance. That really aggravates me, to say that we shouldn't have it because it's a little bit more expensive to maintain. You are privileged to be in that district, and you should live up to your responsibilities. Thanks. That's all I have to say. Kirk.
Thanks, Jack. First of all, a couple of things that have been mentioned so far during this discussion. The existing sign was there for 20 years. We've been here before with CVS, and I can remember the project. It was not a sign. It was a structure that was proposed. I believe it was for 15th and Collins, and it's probably the one time on this board it was almost, it was uncomfortable to sort of go to an applicant, especially of the stature of CVS, and to have to say that it doesn't feel inspired, but it didn't feel inspired, and this does not feel inspired. I'm hearing the words flamboyant, exuberant, whimsical, and what I'm looking at is none of those things. It's none of those things, Ms. Ronneberger, I hear what you're saying in terms of putting it on a back burner, but I don't understand if it's been 20 years, why not let the existing sign stay there for 4 more weeks, and let's get it right. Let's do something that is that respects CVS and respects CVS's stature in our community and respect of the character of our community. I just don't understand. I don't understand how CVS can't do better than that. I could make a lot of recommendations in terms of flamboyant, exuberant, whimsical. A lot of people could. What I'm looking at, again, is none of those things. I don't understand. You're one of the anchor storefronts on this block. And so I think what CVS does, it's not just going to fade into the background. It's really important. And I think that in terms of the signage, I feel strongly that CVS should respect the intent of that district in terms of the signage and the spirit. And instead of looking to diminish the size of the sign, it's not about the size for me. It's about the spirit, the artistry in presenting it. And so for me, at a bare minimum, I would stand strong at staff's recommendation for animation, but I really don't think that it's unreasonable to expect CVS to do a little bit better in terms of the design. What we have here, it seems pretty standard in terms of canned fonts, canned consistent size. There really is no flamboyance, there is no exuberance, and there is no whimsy. And again, I think that was staff's presentation in terms of what the point of this district is. And I feel strongly, as I think Jack stated strongly as well, that we should stand by that and expect just a little bit more.
Jack, can I go next? Because
Sure,
I must
Nancy.
leave.
Love to hear from you. Come on down.
I have to leave, and I agree with the two speakers before me that we don't need another big sign from another big commercial place. I think we can do better. So I want to note I'm voting no, and I have to leave, and thank you. Bye.
Debbie, is that permissible? Can she vote no now?
She cannot vote no until
let's-
there's a motion.
Let's call, can they call for the question?
I'll wait.
Is there a motion?
I'll
Is-
make
are-
a
are you
motion
asking to deny it or
I
continue
make a
it?
motion to reject the current proposal and defer it for board comments to be incorporated in a new proposal to be brought forward.
I second it.
Okay, so the continuance, Kirk, is to June or July?
It's up to them.
Again, I want to respect the rest of the board to take a
Didn't
moment
mean to cut you off,
provide
but she's leaving.
their comments. I don't know how much time would be required to get flamboyant.
I would strongly recommend it be continued to the July meeting.
Okay, so I'll continue to July as my
There's a
motion.
motion on the
Okay, and
floor. There's a motion
and there
on
was
the
a
floor.
second.
There's a motion
There was
on
a
the floor. I seconded it, he made it.
Okay, very good. I'm going to call the roll. Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein is absent. Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, the application has been continued to the July meeting. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you, Debbie, for your determination and your good spirit, and you're moving us through under
can I-
difficult circumstances.
Can I just interject?
Yes.
I mean, I feel like we cut off the whole rest of the board from making comments because Nancy was leaving.
Yeah, we did.
Did anyone have additional comments or
I
recommendations?
apologize.
Guys?
Not really. I mean, yeah, not really. I think the differentiation is something that's important to us. Just a minor point that, are we okay with the LED technology? Seems like something that we would be fine with. It's just the design was an issue.
The one thing I would add is that, the CVS might consider working with a local graphic designer or putting it out to, local competition. If I understand they're maybe stuck in their kind of corporate mentality, they have to get this out just like this, otherwise it doesn't work. But, pulling in other ideas, perhaps from local professionals or young artists might be a way to mix it up and make it feel more of the place.
Laura,
Signage is one of the most important things, and for Miami Beach is a historic resort community. That's why people come, live here, play here, visit. So having something more whimsical, I think the sign that exists is actually pretty special. So if there was a way to repair the existing channel letters while updating it to the new standards, that would be my preference.
And one more thing I'd like to add before we close. I personally, just my feeling, I personally think that the signs that are there could easily be restored, and they could remain as is. That's my personal opinion. But graphics are very important, and the either neon, the backlighting, whatever, it needs to pizzazz. That's what the district's for. Thank you. And thanks everybody for coming today, and we adjourn.